The weekend is here, but the cricket doesn't stop. Saturday night fever here at Europa Point. We are in Gibraltar, the first night series of the year. 5-team tournament, and we see Bavaria, the 5th team, will join us tonight. Doubleheader against the Sloggers. Should be a good one. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECSN Gibraltar, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Buenas tardes y bienvenidos. Good evening. Welcome. It's great to have your company. It is night 3 of this ECSN in Gibraltar, and so far it has been pretty unpredictable, pretty exciting. In fact, it's always that way really here in this very, very special part of the world. So we're rolling into Saturday night. We have matches 5 and 6. Bavaria, they're the 5th team in this tournament, the last team to arrive. They're going to take on Sloggers tonight in matches 5 and 6. So another double header. So I do have some news from the toss a little bit earlier. It was Sloggers that won the toss, and their captain AJ Crom has elected to bat first. So it was quite interesting because the other night they actually lost when they batted first. They won their other game chasing, of course. That was against Turek on opening night. But I do think they've got a pretty strong top 3, and I like that they're leading with that. So I think that obviously Dylan Henschel, he was a bit of a weapon the other night. Expect him to open the batting. Probably Lee Rimmer in there again. He's one to watch. I think he'll be good the more that we see of him. So I think that's your likely opening combination. And I like Stanley as well up there as well. I think he is probably going to round out the top 3. I know that AJ Crom, he's been suffering with a bit of food poisoning, but he is out of hospital. He's there to captain the team tonight. So it's a big effort from AJ to come out for this one. Bavaria, though, they've got a really interesting looking squad as well. They've got the Hatchman brothers, Paddy and Rick, and I think that they are very, very good players. They're going to be a handful, but a few familiar faces in there. We see Sam Houghton playing for his 7th team on ECN. So Bavaria, they're a team we saw 2 years ago in the night series, and we'll get to see them for the first time in 2024. Tonight, let's talk weather. Well, the good news is it's nothing like last night. Last night, it was very, very windy, pretty rainy as well. It was coming in sideways, but no sign of rain tonight, although there is a slight chance of a shower later on in the night, and no real wind to speak of at the moment right now. Quite pleasant actually out here in the middle as the sun is just going down. 15 degrees the current temperature, and I think it'll probably stay that way for the evening. All right, well, let's get ready for the start of the game now. Match 5 is on the way. Sloggers winning the toss, and they're going to have a hit. First chance to have a look at Bavaria. Let's get ready for the start of night 3.
And a big welcome from the commentary box. And it's a look across. If you go far enough, you can actually see Africa across the water here in Europa Point. It's a very special part of the world, and some pretty special things happening here on the field as well. And as you can see, the sun just going down. Okay, we might have just passed the sunset, and it gives us a chance to look back at last night's action. Rugby CC and Pirates in their first matches of this European Cricket Series at night. It was Rugby CC that really struggled to put a score on the board. It was really Dylan Taylor that laboured them to 80 for 6 off their 10. It wasn't enough as Pirates did a bit of a number on them. Pyle and Packard packing on the runs, including a few big hits in there as well. Only 5 overs required. That meant that Pirates took all 4 points out of the first match of the night last night. And then in the second match, it was a bit of a struggle with the weather. It was on, it was off. But in the end, it was an 8-over match. Pirates posting 99, and Rugby CC, well, they tried to get over the line. Ataloya made 59 not out, which was the top score of the game, but it wasn't quite enough to get them there, just a run out in that second innings. But yeah, it wasn't enough to get Rugby CC the win. They did take a point out of that game though, and that's the point you see there next to them. Pirates on the top of the table. They took a 4-point win and a 3-point win last night. Turek and Sloggers split the points on opening night, and Bavaria, well, we're really excited to see them because they're making their first appearance in this series tonight, although we did see them 2 years ago. They went 4-4. In fact, ended up finishing 3rd in the first ever night series here in Gibraltar. Let's look at the two teams then. Bavaria, have a very, very interesting looking squad, like I said in the introduction. Paddy Hatchman leads them. Rick Hatchman listed at 3, and they're very talented cricketers. Pyle listed to open the batting and do the keeping. Got Sammy Boda, good young player. He looks in good shape to me, and he has had some injury issues for a player so young. Sam Houghton in there as well. And look, Jamie and James Riley, father and son combination in the 11 tonight. Bavaria, though, not given too much chance by the supercomputer. I don't know about that. 33% versus 67% for Sloggers. I don't know. I don't think I'd have it. Maybe Sloggers are slight favourites, but maybe not that much. Speaking of Sloggers players, we loved seeing Dylan Henshaw the other night, didn't we? He was excellent. And I mentioned also Stanley Houth and Lee Rimmer likely to be in the top 3. Well, there is Jamie Riley, still a teenager. He's playing in the same team as his dad. They have played together before on ECN on occasion. Also, you see them playing a fair bit for Costa del Sol. There's Chris Pyle behind the stump. So, got to say, both teams sporting new uniforms. Certainly on ECN. Sloggers played in their old strip the other night, but looks like the new ones come. Reminds me a bit of Kings 11 in Italy. Maybe some of our ECN viewers will make the connection there. Bavaria, I don't really know what it looks like. Maybe a little bit of the Rajasthan Royals in there, but maybe the blue's a bit too dark. But yeah, you can see the sun going down. You can see a lot brighter than the start last night, that's for sure. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone who's in the chat as well. Hello to Dave B, hello to Kroom, hello to Shohag. Who else we got in there? Chris Ward, I think he's been around. I think Cosmic Nana's watching from Texas, and Ivan was even in for a little while. Chris Smith as well. So, yeah, let's get interactive tonight. Enjoyed this afternoon's matches in Cyprus as well. A couple of last over thrillers in the afternoon. Callender's getting the job done. But right now, it's Jamie Riley with his left armers to get us going on night number 3. First one's a little bit too short. It's Lee Rimmer who comes in, and he's going to start with 4. So these players, a lot of them do play or have played for Costa del Sol across the border. Rimmer and Jamie Riley are 2 of those players. They're going head-to-head here first up. Here's Gideon Crichton, left of screen. Wasn't he a revelation with the ball in the series last year? But yeah, Jamie Riley, that first one just too short, asking for trouble. So they've gone for Rimmer and Henschel to open the innings, and that is what we saw the other night. Probably that means that we'll see Stanley Houth in the 3 spot. Oh, he's bowled him. This one doesn't really get up, and is 4 and out for Rimmer first up, and Jamie Riley strikes. O'Reilly Jr., but there's nothing junior about the early wicket, and there's Dad to give him a little bit of an encouragement as well. Rimmer thought this one was pullable, and it did look like it, but it certainly shot Rimmer thought, and it was just on him quickly. Didn't get that back foot back and across, and unfortunately for Lee Rimmer, it's a short stay at the crease as he becomes the first wicket of night number 3, and it's 4 for 1. As Kenroy Nestor is going to come to the crease at number 3. Now, Kenroy will be the first to tell you that his effort on opening night wasn't his best. He dropped one of the easiest catches in TV history. He didn't really contribute with the bat the way he would have liked to. And with the ball, he dished up a magical over, including, I think it might have been 5 illegal deliveries first up. But today's a new day, and Big K-Ness, he's a character. He's got a cult following, but he's coming in early. 118 the expected score. Bottom left-hand corner, here's Riley. And this one is short again now. Kenroy's away. Well, new night, new man as K-Ness goes large. Maximo, the first one of the night. It's interesting with Riley. He's going for what I'd call that kind of top of the stumps length. That was slightly shorter than that. It's 3 balls that have looked pullable anyway. 2 of them have been pulled for boundaries, and 1 hit the top of off stump. Hello to Joey Marples, who's jumped in the chat as well. Saw him playing last night. Also has done a bit of commentary, so we might hear from Joey at some point in the tournament. Oh, again, almost a carbon copy of the first 2 balls, isn't it? But this time Kenroy plays it with a straight bat. Rimmer could have easily played that second ball with a straight bat, but he thought it was pullable. He thought it was able to be hit with a horizontal bat. Typically that's for balls that are over the stumps, but off the pitch it kind of shot through a little bit lower. You can see pile up to the stumps as well for Bavaria. Very attacking move. Has its risks though. Kenroy goes down the ground and he's gone. Well, would you believe it? Another boundary and out. Kenroy tried to go straight and elevate, but it wasn't quite there for it, and it's Crichton that takes the catch. So 2 wickets and 2 boundaries in this first over. We're not even out of it yet. It's 10 for 2. Fairly easy for Crichton, and I suppose the sad, what's the word? The irony, if you like, is that's exactly where Kenroy dropped a catch that was about that easy 2 nights ago. But right now, he's going to have to go. So Slogger's in early trouble here. This is why I said, you know, that 33% of Bavaria looked pretty low to me. Had it maybe as a coin toss, maybe Sloggers, you know, the fact they've played a couple of games already, put them with the nose ahead. And they're going for Matthew Hancock at 3. So I thought they might go for Howard, but Hancock certainly capable of filling that position. Yeah, Joey's saying Bavaria massively underrated. With the Hatchmans in there, Jamie Riley, Gideon Crichton, who had that fantastic series last year. Hello to Iggy Iggins as well. Iggy, hopefully you're well. Well done to Charlie today, by the way, in Cyprus. Rico having the day off, and I heard he enjoyed it. Hancock gets score. Oh, pretty close. Maybe just missing leg stump. This will be the end of the over. It'll be 11 for 2. I think this is a good decision because this for me swings in, and when you look at the angle that he delivers it from originally, I actually think it's a really good decision. I'm just trying to get the exact impact here, but definitely doubt that. Oh, it's pretty close. But I like that decision from the umpire. I think it's a ball that swing into the stumps from left arm around, but it was very close. Probably an umpire's call when you look at it. And my instinct tells me that was just missing. So end of a very eventful over. The score 11 for 2 after 1. Yeah, the clock's ticking and the calendar's ticking over, isn't it? 37 days until the 4th edition of the European Cricket League. That is the Champions League of European Cricket. Which club will be champions of Europe in 2024? You can join us on ECN to find out over that 4-week period starting the 26th of February. Hey, I've got to give a shout out to the umpires. I think that they do a fantastic job, and that's Sunil Chandaramani that makes that decision. Sebastian Maynard on the field for this first game with him. Steve Mumford, the 3rd official. But it's a really professional, really organised, very talented umpiring crew here in Gibraltar. And I've got to say, that was a good decision. I think a lot of umpires might have just had the trigger up there. As Crichton, one of the stars of last year's series, comes in, and you can see their pile behind the stumps. He's got very quick hands back there. But the batter stays at home, so what a start. Almost time to breathe for the first time. Yet to score both of these batters. This one beats the edge. This is one of my things. I think Henschel, he's your weapon. I'm not saying the other guys around him aren't, but he hasn't faced a ball yet. And he's not going to face the ball in the first half of this power play. I think you bite the bullet, you get him to face up. I know there's an argument, you know, maybe you can have a look from the other end, but you can't score runs from the other end. Tight. All right, so it tells me this catches a bit of the line, but Crichton mesmerising the umpire. And hands are wide. So everything going Bavaria so far. Hancock scoring like a fork at the moment. Yeah, you got to go. Hey. First run off the bat for Matt. Crichton. 3 dots and a 1. Now here is Dylan Henschel. Now he was sensational the other night. Really turned it on in his first match on ECN, scoring a sparkling 68 in quick time. But failed back to earth a little bit in the second match. And Dylan's a guy who's played a lot of cricket in the UK. He also looks very handy with the ball. He's a very good fielder, so he's a real triple threat. I bet he's loving his time here at the Rock, but Crichton doesn't want to see too much of him. Net swinger there takes a thick inside edge, and this is James Riley, who won't be able to win the race, so a bit of a streaky one, but 4 to Henschel gets him going. It's had the sense not to try and hit that one too hard, just made sure he got some bat on it. That was James Riley who was chasing that down to the fine leg boundary. He's the father of Jamie Riley, who bowled the first over. So well, my dad didn't play cricket. I had to teach him, so I don't know how I would have gone in the same 11 as my dad. I feel like I could make for some awkward dynamics. Shot. He goes up and over the top. Now this one is convincing. In fact, it will... Well, I thought that might have been 6. Let's have a look at where this bounces. I think they want to have just a bit of confirmation. Did it have the journey? Oh, yeah, easily. Maximo for Crichton, who goes 4 and 6 pick-up sticks, and that's the end of the over. 22 for 2 after 2. Probably the most famous cricket commentator of all time would have enjoyed saying that one. Pirates top the table with 7 points. Sloggers play their 3rd and 4th matches today. So, look, it's pretty quick, this tournament for these teams, because yeah, after tonight, Sloggers will have played half of their qualifying matches. So the point system, is everyone feeling a lot more comfortable with the point system now? It's not too hard to wrap your head around, is it? You either win with 3 points, you win with 4. As Riley comes back straight away, I don't mind that. Get him while he's hot. Houghton, there he is. Oh, we might have a run out here. And yeah, I think he's gone. And yeah, not sure if it was given on the field, but I'm telling you, this is stone cold gone. It just got in quickly, didn't it? And they were looking for that second run. And this is actually a huge moment in the game. Just to get this extra wicket, you can see wasn't interested, Dylan. And so it will be a run out. Hancock's going to be gone. Really good improvisational work from Jamie Riley as well. So it creates another wicket in a way. Good chase as well by Houghton. He gets to the ball quickly, and that's the 3rd wicket down. The score now 23 for 3. Let's have a look at it again on the replay. See how quickly he gets to this ball. And he comes up throwing. Doesn't really waste any time. And yeah, sometimes a quick throw is better than a good throw. I'm not saying it wasn't a good throw, but it just gave Riley the extra time he needed to get the ball onto the stumps. Here's AJ Crum, the captain, coming to the crease. 3 early wickets. And AJ, I don't mind saying this, I think 3 or 4 hours ago he was in hospital. Had some quite serious food poisoning. But, you know, he's a warrior. He wanted to get out there. But he comes with his team in a bit of trouble. Bowled by Riley. He gets better every time I see him as well. He looks to have actually grown a lot since last time I saw him. And it's interesting here, look at the expected score in the bottom left. 104 at the moment. I think Henschel being at the crease affects that a lot. The fact that he's still there. In fact, this game's now a coin toss according to the win predictor. And ties up Henschel a little bit. He's disappointed he missed out on this. I think that Riley's gone exclusively for around the wicket mode of attack so far. I think he's capable to do both. It's an interesting decision early to go for that rather than that more traditional left armour angle, because he can swing the ball back into the right hander, we know that. This one grabs a bit of pad. This is the risk if you don't get that line right. Oh no, almost another run out there. Henschel turned quickly, but AJ, a bit more experienced perhaps. And he said, no, there's not a second run there. I know you like the idea of it, but let's stay at home. Big bye. Yeah, I just feel there's a big weight on Henschel's shoulders here. I wonder when Dylan Henschel was playing cricket a year or two ago, whether he realised he'd be playing for a team called Sloggers one day. Hello, Jamie Dodger. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Again, with the angle, that's going to miss. He's going to create some work for his dad. And this is an interesting one. It's a really good effort from Pops. He does touch the rope. Was the ball gone by then? Let's have a look. Oh, I think it's 4. You see, for me, the rope moves there. So despite the effort, I think it will be 4 runs. See there, he's already on the rope. So it will be 4 leg byes. Oh, well, can't fault the effort, but yeah, it's a good bit of work from our crew at Spring Production. I think they're having a bit of an easier night tonight without the wind and the driving rain. So kicked 4. Riley has been very, very good. This has turned around the corner. And so this will be the end of the over. And the score 29 for 3 at the end of the power play. Yeah, pretty action-packed power play, wasn't it? So they decide to change the bowler. Sammy Boda is a very talented young player. Had some injury issues, but he looks in as good a shape as I've seen him. So they hold Crichton back. Expected score still over 100, and that would be quite a testing target, I feel. 50-50 though, I like seeing that. Ooh, pretty close. Oh, maybe another one that's just missing. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, it wasn't plumb. Let's have a look. Does deck back a bit. I mean, it hits him on leg. I mean, there is an element of doubt there, I will say that. And live, you could see 2 stumps when it hit his leg. So they're the kind of things that you're using as cues in real time. But look at that replay. Is that whole ball going to miss leg stump? Maybe, maybe not. Umpire's call, I guess. Now, Henschel gets a bit of a gift from Boda. Too short. And that is heaved away to the deep backward square leg boundary. This is not a length you can really get away with, especially to a player like Henschel. I've got the first random question in from Dave B. He's asking, how do I spend my days? Well, the thing here in Gibraltar, I suppose because I was quite well prepared over the 3 weeks we had off, pretty much up to date. So I'm just keeping a bit of an eye on things in Cyprus, but I can tell you how my typical day goes at the moment. Hold up, needs to pitch it up. Better length in the first half. Angel has a decision there. It's probably drive ball in the air, but also he doesn't want to get out. Two for 12 for Jamie Riley. Got things going very well for Bavaria in their first game. Uh-oh, that's too short, and it's in towards the legs, and now it's out of here. What a shot. Maximo! As that's a long chase. Alex Sawyer down there. Yeah, Boda just served up. Yeah, bit of a present once again. Yeah, so I had a question. How am I spending my days? So I'm... I just spotted Iggy's comment of Jamie Riley. Iggy's got a chant saying he's fast, he's bad, he's better than his dad. Jamie Riley. I like that. Very good, Iggy. I guess I won't mumble. I'll tell you how I'm spending my days right now. Yeah, good communication that time. These two should be good runners together. They both have the same style, philosophy of running, I think, having watched them a little bit. Hey, so yeah, at the moment, what I've been doing, I normally stick the TV on in the morning, but I lurk. You know, might notice I wasn't really chatting much during Cyprus today, but I've been working my way through a few Spanish books. trying to get my language skills up a little bit. So I've been working on some of my grammar and vocabulary with the TV on in the background. Enjoyed Charlie's work today. Oh, that's gone. He's not going to get away with it. Crom, he just got that one back leg. And that one, to me, is hitting him a bit more in front of the stumps than the one we saw earlier in the over. So Boda gets it right. And it will be another wicket down. So Crom, well, he drags himself out of his hospital bed. He won't be too fatigued. Yeah, for me, it's going to hit the stumps. And I think AJ knows it. It'll be the 4th wicket down at the end of 4 overs. Sloggers are 41 for 4. Yes, we are in Gibraltar. It's a wonderful place, really. This country is only around about 5 kilometres long and about 1 kilometre wide, which is about, let's say, 3 miles long and about 3/4 of a mile wide. Next stop, for me actually, will be Barcelona in Spain, which is in just over a week's time. I'll be doing that. Rico will be in there for the middle bit, but we'll have a special guest commentator, Georgie Parker from Australia. She will be joining us for those 4 weeks, and she's a big follower of European cricket, and yeah, she's worked all around the world, former Olympian. Yeah, I think she's going to be a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy that. Of course, in Cyprus at the moment as well. Yeah, so in the afternoons, I've been actually making the most of the facilities here at Europa Sports Complex with some of the blue crew. Rick Hatchman bowls and gets the first one past the outside edge. Again, you see the benefit of good keeper putting the squeeze on. Henschel, hit and miss so far. There's Rick. Expect to see Rick for Calpe Giants as well in the ECL. Calpe Giants not fielding a team in this competition, so you'll see their players kind of scattered around a little bit, but Rick and Paddy both play for Calpe Giants. Bowled him, and Henschel just went a little bit too leg side with that one. The stumps are a mess, and it's Bavaria all over the Sloggers like a rash at the moment. It's 41 for 5. That is going to be a big moment. Watch that expected score take a tumble now. 103 it was before that ball crashes into the stumps, and Big Rick does it through the gate. Bit of the pad on the way through. And it's good night, Charlene. Bang. Again, I like the keeper up to the stumps. It kind of keeps the batter at home. And it's going to be a huge moment in the game. Sloggers really could head south from here, and the only thing south of here is the ocean. Yeah, so it went from 103 to 97. I feel a little bit like the Dow Jones when there's a bit of panic around. That could keep going down. There's a real opportunity here. I mean, Henschel, good player. I suppose he didn't do much wrong except miss it. You've got to look to score, but it was just a good location from Hatchman. And look at this Bavaria side. They've got a lot of options with the ball. Paddy, the captain, calling on his brother. Comes up with the goods. Jamie Dodger has a good question about Sam Houghton, who is playing for Bavaria tonight. He's asking, didn't he play in another European cricket series? Yeah, well, he's a Croatian resident, so he normally plays in Croatia, but he runs a business. It's pretty cool. It's a party boat business during the summer in Croatia. Mohammed comes out, number 7. I bet he wasn't expecting to bat in the first half. Damien Riley does the fielding. Yeah, so just going back to Sam. Yeah, so he does get a little bit around on the circuit. He's probably more able to play at this time of the year because of his business. But Sam actually tonight is playing for his 7th team on ECN. I'll actually list them for you. And I think Khalid Amadi is the only other player that's played for 7 different sides on ECN. Howarth, actually pretty decent bat. He hasn't faced a ball yet. He came in above Shafir Mohammed. Came in at number 6. That's his first ball, and it's a dot. Yeah, Sam's played for the Croatian national team in ECI, but he's also played Sol. He's played for Zagreb Sokol in the ECL. He's played for Oliver Split in the ECS in Croatia. He's played for Bavaria and Calpe Giants here in Gibraltar. He's also played for Sir William Host Vies in Croatia. Nice little cut from Howarth. And that's going to be 4. And he found the gap. Just had to get it past that infielder. Controller couldn't come around to make the stop. So Yeah, Howarth is the kind of guy most likely, I think, to turn this around. 46 for 5. Interesting. Expected score is now 93, 94 after that. So, I mean, the expected score took a 10-run hit when Dylan was bowled. Last ball of the over from Hatchman. It's been a good one. Howarth has to be careful sometimes. Doesn't want to get out. Be another boundary and out victim. End of a very entertaining first 5 overs of the night. 46 for 5. What a great start by Varia. That's a great shot of the sky there as well. You can see, it's funny, on the right-hand side of the field, there's actually a lot of big lights, but they're more spaced out. And on the left-hand side of the field, all those little lights. The field is lit very well. I will say that's a very professional facility here. Yeah, I had the question about what I'm doing during the day. Well, in the afternoons, we've been having a few of the blue crew down. I had a decent cricket net session yesterday, so I had a bit of a bat and a bowl. And I feel it today. Must have bowled about 20 overs in the nets, I think, to some of the younger players and some of our crew. And then also today, I played a bit of squash, actually. Sawyer gets a bowl in the 6th. First one's pretty on target. They'll hustle through for a single. And yes, I did play squash. And let's not go into who I played against and who I might have hit in the head with the ball, but we think he's okay. I won't name him. But hey, don't get between me and the front wall. The lesson was learned. Iggy saying that Sam's also played for Costa del Sol. That is true. Played in the ECSN Cartama in 2022, which came straight after the ECL. In fact, he was able to win a game in the last over off Viv Kingler, who was playing for Granada back then. And in fact, Sam, he's got a bit of form, being good at the death. That's why he's called the Iceman. In fact, he won a golden ball here 2 years ago. Oh, popped up in the air. Oh, well. It was a scary moment. Oh, Muhammad, check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions, just popped up. Oh, yeah, didn't quite carry. And another wicket on the total. It looks even worse now. Sawyer, good areas so far. Again, nice in swinger coming back in towards the stumps. Crichton does the fielding. Yeah, so it's been a bit different. Normally when I'm working all day, it's hard to kind of get around and be physical. So yeah, being the new year, probably like a lot of people in January, I was trying to get into some healthy habits. I've enjoyed getting the blood pumping a couple of times. Ooh, good keeping. I really like Pyle so far. He's got that kind of one motion sweep. He still takes it technically pretty well. And Pyle's a guy we haven't seen before in ECN, but he looks the goods to me, and he's young as well. Chris Pyle. He's only 22 years of age. This is to open the batting as well. So look, there's all these teams here in Gibraltar. They've got match winners, don't they? And that's pretty clear to me over the first 2 and a bit nights. Inside out. This one's hanging in the air as well, but Muhammad gets lucky again. I'll go to a fielder. So I've got to say that's a brilliant over by Sawyer. He only goes for 4. Doesn't take a wicket. 5 like that, but a very, very good over. 51 for 5 after 6. Oh, the 50 does come up for sloggers in that over. And really, got to be big favourites here, Bavaria, at this stage. Henschel going for 21. No one else has more than 6. Rimmer went 4 and out. Nesta 6 and out in the first. And since then, it hasn't gotten a lot better. The thing with Bavaria, I think for the most part, they've been on target with the ball. But also, something like that run out, creating a wicket like that just helps so much. Rick Hatchman comes back for over number 7. Shot that one, actually. Shafir Mohammed, he'll only get 1. It's Riley. Oh, it's pretty tough for Rick, who shoots him a little bit of a look, saying, hey, make it a bit easy for me. I think bounce throw to the bowler is probably normally a good plan. The ground takes a little bit of a sting out of it, but still gets there pretty quickly. The bowler doesn't have the gloves like the keeper does. It's a bit of a risk here, Howarth, to go leg side. Has to fetch it, and he will get one. The expected score. I've got to say, I like the expected score. It's interesting because it basically represents statistically what we'd expect the score to be from this stage of the game. That's why it keeps moving. So to see something like Dylan getting out and seeing it go down by 10, it shows you, in a ball, I almost get 10 runs, statistically speaking. I'm going to go for 2 here. It wasn't super quick getting to the ball. I feel this might have actually hit the base of the stumps, but knocked Bales off. Yeah, let's have a look. I just missed, I think. Good hustle. Yeah, so imagine if you could hit at 10. I suppose you can get a 7 up, but it's interesting just to compare using that expected score tool. Ooh. Oh, Rick getting into his work now. He's dug that one in once again. Liking the work of Pyle. He's very tidy behind the stump so far. He's been up the whole time. I suppose, yeah, you're not really going to get bowlers with more pace than like a Jamie Riley or a Rick Hatchman. Like I said, there are some risks to that. But the other thing is the bowlers have helped him out. They've been pretty online this whole innings. This one has a bit of length on it. Mohammed is going to be gone. Well, there you go. It was belted towards Sam Houghton. He took it clean as a whistle. And that's a second sensational bit of fielding from Sam Houghton. That creates another wicket. Got to say, it was fairly laced by Shafir Mohammed. And there you go. Look, there he is. It's about 20 metres from the bat. Yeah, he rings the hands. But Sam does the trick. 55 for 6, and Hatchman gets another wicket. This will bring Matt Williams to the crease for Sloggers, and wasn't he sensational with the ball in his first ever ECN match the other night, taking 4 wickets. Hello to Zishan, who is tuning in from Malta. Zishan, always great to see you. Had some questions about the wind. There's a bit of a breeze here, but it's not. They wouldn't even call it wind here in Gibraltar, to be honest. Just a light breeze. So let's see what Williams can do with the bat. The thing is with the Sloggers, and it's something that I noted the other night, in their first match, they lost 0 wickets, and in their second match, they lost all 10, which is pretty crazy. Oh, this one gets past everyone. First little error, if you want to call that, from Pyle. Didn't quite stay down on that one. Yorked him, get away for a bye, but it's not a bad trade-off, the odd bye, considering the amount of pressure he's put on the batters being up to the stumps. End of the over, 7 down. It's 56 for 6 coming up tomorrow. Well, Rico back on deck with Charlie for a sensational Sunday of action with the Tigers and Lions in a battle of the big cats in the first half of the day. Then BFC will take on Marcor in matches 19 and 20. And I can also tell you tomorrow is the final day of group action. In Group A, I should say. Group A action. Group B will start on Monday morning. So at the end of tomorrow night, we'll know who is out of the running there in Cyprus. And there's advantage to finishing top and finishing second in that final series as well. Sawyer comes back at over number 8. They've got heaps of options here. Bavaria. Williams drives. Crichton cuts it off. And he's still got a second over as well. Sammy Bodie's still got an over. Yeah, the 5 bowls they've used so far, they've all bowled pretty well. Sawyer, I like that he's a one-sided wicket bowler here. Another good bit of keeping there. In-swinger beats the bat of Williams, finds himself in the hole. None off 4. And a question for what score is par? Well, if you've got the numbers last year, par was 87, 8.7 and over. Year before it was a bit more. I think the conditions last year were pretty tough for batting. Williams None of 3. None of 4. And he won't be none of 4. Oh, really? Because I think yeah, hits he's gone, to be honest. Might be an interesting replay. Dave said pretty crazy where he is at the moment with -4 going to 18 tomorrow, really. All right, Howarth. Quarter of the innings remaining. What can he do? Yeah, gets a piece of it. And he's going to get 4. Just gets away from Paddy Hatchman, the captain down there at long on. So badly needed boundary. And Sawyer's getting some good movement. But I suppose this one, that's 2 things really. I think that Stan takes a position outside off stump to create that shot in a way. So I think it's good batting. Maybe you might say that Sawyer got a little bit too close to the stumps in his line compared to what had been working. But nice shot. Good battle here. 2 to come in the 8th. Oh, and then he goes the faker. So that's quite interesting. So the ball before he went across, and then he wanted to think. He wanted Sawyer to think he was going across, but then he doubled back. I actually think could have done the same thing again. If it worked for you once, why not try it again? If anything, it was an unnecessary risk to show your stumps to Sawyer, but he gets away with it, gets a single. Hello to Steve, who is in the chat as well. This one clipped away by Williams. This time, Hatchman's in the right place, and so it'll just be a single. And at the end of 8 overs, Sloggers struggling a little bit. It has been a slog for them so far. It's 63 for 6 after 8. Yeah, Dave just talking a bit about Cyprus and how things are going there. I mean, this is where being competitive and picking up those points, even if you lose, actually becomes pretty important. I know the Calendars have done pretty well with that. So they find themselves 4-4 on 17 points. We've got the Tigers and BF Cyprus on 10 points after 6 matches each. But yeah, I think you've got BF Cyprus and Marcor, I think, playing tomorrow. And that could decide who stays and who goes, really. Also depends on how the Tigers go. Crichton comes back for over number 9. As we like to say, it all happens in the 9th. Yeah, so I mean, the Tigers could also be at risk there in Cyprus tomorrow, depending on how things go, because they're playing the Lions. The Lions, I've got to say, they've been pretty impressive. Good players in there. A little bit inside out this time, Howarth. Get a single. This is where, you know, they're on track for like a fighting 80. It gives you something, I suppose. Last night we saw Rugby CC, very similar to this innings, in fact. They lost some of their big guns early. They were able to get to 80. It wasn't enough. Pirates basically jumped on board and plundered them. Good keeping this. Not sure if the foot ever goes up, but we'll have a look at it. This is a tough one because it's between the bat and the pad. Oh, I think it's bad. For me, there's something back there. Good smart work, though. Probably a side. For me, that's the 3rd hardest take. The first hardest is down the leg side completely. The second hardest is probably between the batter and the stumps. This one was between the bat and the pad. I think he'll survive. And dot ball's good ball at this stage. Yeah, but a lot of keepers have missed that one. Entertaining stuff so far. So expected score now down to the 70s. So doesn't look like enough, but we have seen some low-scoring scores, low scores defended. We haven't seen that here in Gibraltar. Just depends if Bavaria have brought their batting boots. Pile's a bit of a wild card. Not a play we've seen before, but judged by his keeping, guy can play. A little bit short. Williams goes after him, and he gets him. So, I mean, these kind of shots in what could be a low-scoring match, they resound even more loudly than normal. Maximo Williams deals with that, short and into the body. Moves to 9. Gets that strike rate up above a runner ball. Crichton's a similar kind of bowler to Sawyer. The kind of movement that he gets. Be jumping across and trying to do something similar, to be honest, from Williams. Got nothing to lose here. Well, he goes up and over long on. Well, Matty Williams, where have you been all my life? He spluttered, didn't he, to 3 off 7, and then he goes bang, bang, and suddenly it looks like a different ball game. Crichton gets the treatment. As they say in the classics, it all happens in the 9th. That one might have been a conversion. I think it went right over the black dot of the rugby goals. We talked about that expected score 78 a second ago. Well, bang, bang, suddenly. And there's 77 walking sticks with the ball to go in the 9th. Oh, this time he likes. He liked it, but then he quickly changed his mind about how excited he was. This will be an interesting replay. Don't think that foot ever goes anywhere. It's another one. I think that, to me, it's down. So, yeah, he was excited, Pyle, and he had reason to be excited, but I think it's pretty clear from the replay there was something behind the line. 77 for 6 after 9. One thing I've liked about the bowling from Sloggers has been, or Bavaria, I should say, is that they've been pretty accurate. They haven't bowled a lot of extras. And with the keeper up, they've been more or less one side of the wicket. The only balls that have been outside leg have been kind of short balls that have been smacked away. But I think they have stuck to their plans pretty well. Boda was a little bit iffy in his first over. He's going to come on and bowl the 10th. So he won't be high on confidence. Took 1 for 12 in that first over. But there were a couple of bad balls in there. And both these guys pretty capable. They're at the crease. Sloggers showing decent depth. Fighting on. Here is the 10th over. Steps across, gets a piece of it, but should only be a single. There's Riley who started things off. His dad's actually not a bad bowler either. James, he's a different sort of bowler these days. And Jamie, he's a guy that's, like I said, he gets better every time I see him. Still young. Right in the air. Where's it going to land? Well, there's a real teaser in the end. It's perfectly triangulated into a gap, so yeah, a bit of luck for Williams. There you go. In the end, and Crichton, to be honest, he couldn't really concentrate because he had the bowler coming at him. I think if the bowler wasn't thundering towards him, well, he does reach it. I think he would have been able to concentrate on the catch. Yeah, Jamie Riley, I was going to say, just short of his 17th birthday. This time he does like it. I think he's going to be gone. That's a brilliant piece of work once again. This is what I called the second hardest take, is between the batter and the stumps. And it's lightning work. And yeah, Pyle, he's bringing it. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh yeah, I like that. Brilliant. And to be honest, Alf didn't even have time to turn around. And yeah, he's certainly been a difference maker up to the stumps there, Chris Pyle. Well, he gets his stumping in the end this time. There's daylight between Howarth and safety. And that's 7 wickets down now, 79 for 7. Now, here's Javad Bukhari coming out to bat. Action tends to follow Bukhari around. Three balls to go. Needs to at least get one here. Boda delivering well in his last over. Forgets to bowl this time though. Yeah, he looks in good shape. Does a lot of work behind the scenes, Sammy, in Gibraltarian cricket. With the juniors. Wow, Bukhari makes it look easy, just steps across and says, well, I might be number 9, but I'm feeling fine. He escorts the ball out of the ground. Maximo. Sensational shot. I think this is all about, knowing what's coming. It's another one of those in-swingers, and I think that's a good tactic. And tonight, you're not really fighting the breeze the way you were last night. So they've got to score. It's a bit of a beg, borrow, or steal job 85 with 2 balls remaining now. Bakari goes Maximo first up. Well, never mind the single. Give me a single and give me 5 with it, please. Really, not going to get bowled out, so he might as well go again. Boda, slow ball coming. He bounces it. I think he gets a little feather on this and it's going to run away. It'll be 4. And so this is a tough one. I would have thought that Boda would have gone slow ball. In fact, been given leg byes. I don't see how this could be leg byes. I thought it was off the glove. Let's have a look at it on the replay. He hit the shoulder maybe. Yeah, well, a bit rough. I think it's off the bat or the gloves. But anyway, hey, who cares in the end? Bakari does get given the runs. All right, well, someone saw it hit his glove at least. All right, last ball. Seatbelts on, everyone. 89 plus this. They'll be chasing something in the 90s. Bakari steps away and spanks it. Wow, how about that? Well, Bakari sending a strong signal. He's a guy we've seen batting at the top of the order sometimes as well for sloggers. There's nothing sloggy about that. Maximo to finish. And the score will be 95 for 7. So, yeah, comes up trumps for Bakari. That's what you want from your middle and your lower order. Come out and not waste too much time. Well, I think we've got a cracker of a game coming up. Bavaria still to bat, but let's go back and have a look as the sun was setting. Night 3 in Gibraltar. Well, Jamie Riley wasn't the greatest start as one got bashed past his father, but he bashed back. Next ball, Jamie gets his Costa del Sol teammate Lee Rimmer 4 and out. Then Big Kenners, he went large, but then he just went as he hit one straight down the throat of Crichton in the same manner that we saw Kenroy putting down a catch the other night. Anyway, still plenty of cricket to go tonight. Some good shots in there as well. We thought Henshaw, he's a big weapon. He survives this run out, but his partner doesn't. Houghton gets the ball quickly and gets it back to the bowler who throws it down onto the stumps. And Boda was able to get the wicket of AJ Crom. Just got trapped on the crease. And then that was a big moment, wasn't it? Henshaw went as Big Rick. Didn't take long to strike. And then from there, they needed someone to step up. The wickets kept falling. Houghton had a very good catch in these conditions to go with his run out. They just fought on, didn't they? Williams, he was slow to start, but he was able to get 1 or 2 away before we saw that brilliant bit of work. Howarth, who was there for a while as well, getting stumped by Pyle, who really impressed him behind the stumps. Then Bakari came out and went 6-4-6, even though he got given leg byes. I think if you took that one to the Supreme Court, Bakari would have more than a solid case. But anyway, Sloggers will get the runs and we'll finish on 95 for 7. Just running through, Henshaw 21 off 11 before he was bowled by Rick Hatchman. Apart from that, it was the lower order that had to contribute, and they did. Howarth with 14, 16 not out for Williams, and Bakari with 12 in just 3 balls. And I think we'll give him credit for those 4 as well. So I think he was responsible for 16 runs. No balls or wides. Just have a look at that. That is pretty good. No balls and no wides. And there's only one that I thought probably should have been a wide. So yeah, accuracy was the key and it paid dividends. Riley was good. That's Jamie Riley. The young Riley, 2 for 12 for him. 2 wickets also for Boda, although it was a little bit expensive. Rick Hatchman, though, came on and got the big wicket, didn't he, of Henshaw, 2 for 9. Sawyer, I think he did a very, very good job as well. 9 for 12. Didn't pick up a wicket, but was one side of the wicket for the most part. Well, speaking of Henshaw, expect him to be coming in and bowling rockets in the second innings. And don't count out the Sloggers here. 95 on the board. Bavaria, well, they've been good so far. Let's see if they can stick them. We'll be back after this break. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we'll see you very shortly for the second half of Match 5 in this ECN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello folks and welcome back to Gibraltar as the second half of match 5 is about to get underway. It is Bavaria versus Sloggers. Bavaria going out to chase now. They need 96 to win, as Sloggers made 95 for 7 off their 10 overs. The bonus point equation, of course, if the batting team can chase it in 7 overs or less, they'll get the 4-point win. If the bowling team can restrict the batting team here, Bavaria, to 66 or less, then they will get all the points. That means that 67 will be the target for, well, the secondary target, if you like, for the batting team to at least take a point out of the game. But they just don't want 1 point. They want all the points, or at least 3 out of the 4. 3 wins, 3 points if they can do it at all. 4 points if they can do it within the first 7. Lee Rimmer is going to open up for the Sloggers. So going to spin straight away. Here we go in the second half. Pretty much on target first up. Tight single, but good communication between the batters there. And they're away. Yeah, so curious to see what they bring with the bat. I mean, Pyle, who just got off the mark there, he was outstanding with the gloves. He looked busy there. Paddy Hatchman is with him. Paddy's a bit of an enigma, really. Likes to attack. It's his first one, takes him on. Oh, direct hit would have been gone. Wasn't the best throw. Check this one out on the replay. At least it had to be a decent bit of fielding, but Kenroy looked like he was throwing a medicine ball there. Didn't really get the journey. Rimmer never took it anyway. So maybe a bit of luck there for Hatchman, but he does get off the mark. 50-50 proposition according to the win predictor, more or less. Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. You wouldn't read about it. Pyle just trying to be industrious early and just work it round the corner, but he forgets. Rule 1, got to hit the ball, and didn't have his pads as a second line of defence because he misjudged it. He got way too far across, so Rimmer strikes early. And the bowlers having a good night here on night 3. Look at that, shows too much of the furniture. And Pyle, well, he can't believe it, looks to the skies. And a very handy one, you feel, for Sloggers early, as Bavaria lose their keeper Chris Pyle for 1, and the score is 2 for 1. Sam Houghton comes out in the number 3 spot, so Sam's a guy we saw opening the batting a lot. We last saw him playing in Croatia in the ECS. Struggled with his strike rate, but I think that also had something to do with the conditions, and also the fact, he was kind of carrying his team through all of a split. So again, these players know each other pretty well. Jay Crom behind the stumps, and Sam played ECS together for Costa del Sol a couple of years ago. Oh, first one sneaks past, so yeah, Rimmer's dealing here. AJ with that face mask, which he likes to wear. Good to see his protective pieces being used. A push and run from Houghton. Wow, interesting. I'll tell you what's going on here. I reckon he knocks the bails off, but he knocks the stumps over. So it could be out anyway. Let's have a look. In fact, he destroys the stumps, AJ Crom. If it's out, you feel it's only because Hatchman hasn't really run his bat in. Let's have a look. I mean, the throw came out quickly. Oh, where is he? Oh, does he have the ball there, though? Let's have a look. He does knock the stumps a bit. Does he have the ball? Seems to. I think he's gone. I mean, for me, the bail was still on at the moment that he hits the stumps. So I actually think it is out, and it's a good call. I mean, it's a funny one. I think he brushes the stumps with his pad, but he doesn't actually dislodge a bail. The bails were dislodged when the ball is in his hands. It's actually lightning work from Crom in the end. They're slightly unorthodox, but it's effective. And Hatchman, well, Needed a couple of extra inches, didn't he? He didn't have them. And second time tonight we've seen a run out, changing the course of innings. What a great throw that was as well. You see, umpire said, nah, no way. But he was forced to go upstairs anyway. And the replay told a different story. So, it's a very good piece of fielding. And Crom, yeah, I mean, it's quick hands. The only thing he did there, which I suppose he's lucky to get away with, is that he did brush the stumps on the way past, trying to get around the stumps. But, hey, all's well that ends well. And Hatchman, he's run out for one. So both openers gone for one apiece. It was Matt Hancock that grabbed it in the first place. He looks like a very good fielder. I liked what he did the other night as well. Yeah, like I said, even if, because the stumps were knocked over, he still breaks the stumps, even if he had knocked the bails off on the way round. But then you've got to judge kind of when the stumps come off their base. It's normally maybe a split second later. But, yeah, what a game. Bavaria having their own problems with early wickets. So this will be Crichton coming in at 4. Ooh. Straightens, a bit of hesitation, but goes in the end. And it's a bit like the Madrid derby the other night. I was watching, it was 2-2 all. Now the extra point will make it 3 for 2 after the first over. Sam Houghton mentioned the fact that he'd won a golden ball before. In fact, it was quite interesting here in Gibraltar. We had 2 golden balls in 3 matches. So that's the only time that's ever happened. That was a couple of years ago in the first night series here. 23 matches right now since the golden ball. We didn't get one today, although a couple of tight finishes. Second last ball finish to the day in match 16. Calendar's just getting up in Cyprus. That's who's to say what's going to happen here? Sloggers 69% chance now. They're about 50-50 after the first innings. So obviously the 2 wickets making a big difference. But I look at the fact that you still got someone like a Rick Hatchman to come. Can't whack them around. He's a game changer. We saw him do that with the ball earlier on. Other thing that's interesting for me is they haven't decided to open with Henschel, keeping him up their sleeve. They're going to go with Stan Houth in over number 2. So, time to get the second over going. Houghton trying to throw a bit of the grass up, but it's hard when it's unofficial. First one. Oh, it's another one, I think. The line normally gets called. I think Houth is a bit lucky to get away with this one. But anyway, and it's not going your way. It's not going your way. To be honest, there was one in the first innings pretty similar. So I suppose they've been consistent if you look at it that way. Oh well, false shot from Crichton. Pops up in the air and a simple catch. Henschel probably could have caught it with his eyes closed. Points towards the rock. Well, that's where he is. And right now, Bavaria is stuck between a rock and a hard place. As it'll be another wicket. Crichton goes for a 1. Well, that is 3 batters dismissed for 1 so far. And the scary thing is they're the top scorers because it's 3 for 3 after 8 balls. Well, Kenroy quick to offer a high five. It was similar to the catch that he shelled the other night. Luckily, he was just a spectator this time. And Crichton not really trying to play an attacking shot there either. It was just a bit of a poke. And so, yeah, 2 balls into this second over. 3 for 3. Sammy Boda gets the call up at number 5. Like I said, they've still got Rick Hatchman there. I think he'd have to come in next. I thought he might have come in now. Yeah, but here's the thing. For me, they're in a very good position. Someone needs to step up for Bavaria, and they've lost 3 of their top 4. Could it be Sam Houghton, the Iceman? He's there at the moment, yet to score. And Howarth. He's loving life as well. 1 for none off 2 deliveries. Oh, another rash shot. Boda goes to the sky. Thick outside edge, but he gets enough. And, oh, well, Egan Dantas He seemed to catch up with that. It was always going to spin towards the boundary, but I just think he misjudges at the end. I thought for a second he might be able to track it down. Had it and then fumbled it. That's 4, and the first bit of luck going to Bavaria. Missing leg by some distance. Good youngster. Like I said, a lot of time for him because I see the work he puts in behind the scenes. Well, Gibraltar cricket, you got to realise the whole country has a population of 30, 35,000. So it's a smaller kind of a country. Oh, they don't get much smaller actually. So it means, you know, a lot of people have to step up. Replay. Boda here, if he gets across a bit more, he can work that to the leg side, but he just misses out a couple of times. Talk about the fact that Sam Houghton's played for 7 teams on ECN. Well, Sammy Boda's actually played for 6, believe it or not. Last ball of the over. Oh no, that lets the pressure off, doesn't it? It's a tough one for Crom because all the others have kind of angled in. This one is foolish and moves away. Look at it swing and then bounce. So AJ, that's a very tough take for him. And 5 bonus runs. Still a decent over though for Howard. Conceded 9, even including that 5. Yeah, Boda is approaching his 21st birthday. All right, goes up and over. Maximo! Well, how things can change because there were only 4 off the first 5 balls of that over, and the last ball effectively goes for 11. And suddenly, this innings has some legs. It's 18 for 3 after 2. Obviously, Bavaria keen to get off to a good start. That'll be such a confidence booster for Boda as well, who maybe was a bit fortunate to get away with his first delivery. It's a thick edge that flew, ended up finding its way to the boundary. But a lot more authority in that last shot of the over. So yeah, classic had it then lost it cricket from sloggers. Lee Rimmer comes back for the second over. Well, why not? Did the job in the first. This is the final power play over as well. Tom Watkins popping into the chat. Where are you watching from, Tom? Good to see you. You want some Matty Williams? Well, I think you probably will see some Matty Williams. Houghton decides that he's enjoying the Boda show, so he grabs a single, turns the strike over. Yeah, Matty Williams, I think he's found a bit of a home as a death bowler. He's been bowling 8 and 10. So I think it'll be a bit of time before we'll see Matty with the ball. Oh, wow. Houghton wants the run. Boda was slow to start, but he gets there. Yeah, this is a really good example of you need to trust your partner. Houghton calls straight away. Boda doesn't know where it is. He needs to look at Sam a bit quicker, and if he had, he would have gained 2 more steps. As it was, he was okay anyway. But yeah, if you're not sure where the ball is, look at your partner. Trust them because they're watching. They know where the ball is. Well bowled by Rimmer. Just dug out by Houghton. 1 off 4. Does have a pretty good strike rate here, playing in Gibraltar. Probably makes sense that his strike rate was lower in Croatia, given the fact that was a very slow field. Wants a run here. Rimmer gets on it. Close again. I've got a feeling he's made it, but I don't know. I think that's a very confident appeal. Having said that, AJ Crom wouldn't really know where the batter is, but Boda, again, not really keen for the run. Well, where is he? Where is he? Oh, I think he's just in. Yeah, well, my eyes are good, even if I'm looking from 100 metres through the window. I just felt he'd made it. So, look, Houghton looks nervous. He's got his apology speech ready. He's ready to pull it out of the pocket, but he's going to find out that Boda is just okay. And there we go. Well, you're starting to see why these guys have played for so many teams. Anyway, it's a good quick bit of work in the field as well once again. That's quite an important one because Boda is the only Bavarian batter to get a bit of luck so far. Good game. Rimmer's been outstanding here, hasn't he? Missed out with the bat, but certainly contributing with the ball. Now, Boda's going to go anyway. So it didn't take too much more time. He only lasts another minute. And it's gone in 60 seconds for Boda, whose luck runs out, and we're still in the power play. And there's 4 wickets out now. It's 21 for 4. The Sloggers now right on top. Boda just goes for a bit of turn there for Rimmer as well. Oh, he loves it. Again, those two know each other pretty well. And Rimmer has been a wonderful choice at the start of this innings. And Bavaria, now they find themselves between a rock and a hard place once again at 21 for 4. Yeah, no Hatchman yet. Surprises me. Couldn't resist, could he there, Sammy Boda? And I suppose one of the issues here is you're in the last over of the power play, and it does get you thinking, you know, these gaps in the outfield aren't going to be around much longer, so do I want to go for it? We see a lot of wickets falling in that third over. Tom Watkins says he's watching from South Wales. Well, great to have you, Tom. Played a lot with Matty. Says he's a good person, not just a great player. Right now, game could be over before they get to Matty Williams, the way things are going. Jamie Riley comes in at 6, so it's a vote of confidence in his batting. I know he has been making a lot of runs in the last few months in the region. Generally in longer form cricket, but still can hold the bat. Like I said, he's put on a bit of size since I last saw him. Last ball for Rimmer. Cracking shot, up-ish, but banged. So there you go with Riley. That was very correct. This kid, he's got a bit of talent. Don't you worry about that. Rimmer still, he does a fantastic job for his team. Finishes 2 for 9 off his spell at the end of 3 overs. It's 25 for 4. Chris asking, could Charlie have an indoor booth? Well, depends where you go. If you played all your cricket here at Europa Point, you certainly could. I know in Cyprus, not quite the level of infrastructure we've got here. Have a look at that. That first innings, 5-5-5. They need to dial in a good finish, and they certainly did. With that 14 and 18 off the last 2 overs makes a big difference. They're really down to kind of high 70s expected score. And those extra runs making all the difference. It's Matt Williams. Well, there you go. You don't have to wait too long to see Matt Williams. Obviously, he's heard you, Tom. He's going to bowl to Houghton, who I still think is thinking, get to the other end. That's exactly what he does. So Riley comes out, obviously being a left-hander, just mixes things up a little bit. Bavaria still with a fighting chance, but certainly their stock's been dwindling after a good performance with the ball and in the field in the first 10 overs of this game. Riley started strongly. I think with Riley, he's got a good technique, so he does kind of look pretty strong through that offside. Up in the air, and all right, it's going to be 6. I think it's pretty much hit the rope or just after the rope. So Riley, again, he's a growing lad. And yeah, there you go. It just carries the rope. So Maximo. Well, Jay Wright Jr. great with the ball. Doing an important job with the bat. Now, push and run. Both these guys pretty quick between the wickets. acrobatic stuff by Williams to save the overthrow. Yeah, Iggy's watching on. He's a bit of an institution in cricket in the region. I certainly think he's very interested in this match with a lot of his teammates involved. Williams scores. Probably not a bad thing for him to do at the moment. Riley's made a good start. Riley's got the mentality of, if you get a good ball, get one out of it. If you get a bad ball, then go 4 or 6. Maybe not just a bad ball, a ball that you feel you can get after that's in your zone like that previous shot that went down the ground. Oh, interesting. I felt like that foot might have come up. Oh, it could be a tight one. Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Oh, it's definitely moved. It's twitchy, isn't it? Oh, I think it's more of a slide than a lift. Yeah, just down. But lightning work from AJ Crom. You got the zing bails there, which I think that when the zing bails are used, considered dislodged when they light up. Anyway, wow. All action all the time. That's ECN cricket for you. 34 for 4 after 4 overs. Here is the draw for the ECL. And I know I'm getting a lot of interest from a few other countries in Group G who asking me all sorts of questions about the Calpe Giants. I did mention that you'll probably see quite a few of the players involved in this match for Calpe Giants, including the Hatchmans. And also a few others as well. But it'll be a festival of cricket. No off days this year. We'll go just pedal to the metal from the 26th of February right until the final on the 22nd of March. So join us. I'll be there. Rick will be there. And Corey will be back for that one as well. In fact, Corey probably comes in to the commentary a little bit before that. Few days before that. Maybe Rhino can make it as well. Here we go with Henschel. They still got him up their sleeve. Houghton's pretty solid technically. Won't be too bothered by the pace of Henschel. The question is, can they go at a good enough rate? It's not just about surviving. The rate required has gone up over 10 and over. It's not out of hand just yet. Good to have Jeff Mobbs in the chat as well. Said he's been enjoying Cyprus. So have I, actually. Saying that yeah, Deploy playing well in SAT 20 in that tournaments. Certainly got a few big names. Of course, as Deploy played for Hungary in the ECC last year. Hopefully be playing for them this year as well. Around the wicket, beats him. Just gets it outside the eye line of Jamie Riley. Henschel's definitely the quickest of the sloggers bowlers. These guys played a lot in the UK system. Missed out with the bat tonight, so to speak. Made a bit of a start, couldn't go on with it. Nice looking shot this time from Riley, and he's going to get 4 unattended, that part of the outfield. So, yeah, good battle on our hands here. Quality against quality. Very modern shot. It's not a lot of foot movement there, but it's very still. Keeps his head in a good place and strokes it through the offside. Good cricket. Jamie Riley. Gone from a bowler who bats a bit, I think, into a genuine all-rounder. Comeback ball from Henschel. Oh, that's a good comeback. Yeah, I think this is one that Jamie, I would say, premeditates it. It's just very late on that pull. So yeah, like I said, good battle. Henschel doesn't take it lying down. Just curious about his tactics here. I'll be tempted not to be too defensive. Maybe go for something on the stumps. See if you can get rid of Jamie Riley. Because I think if you do, you jump so far ahead in the game. Wow, slower ball. Thought originally that was going to hit him between the eyes, but very good variation. Think of 2. think against it in the end. Bakari, panther-like in the field, keeps it to 1. Henschel, very well disguised slower ball. Houghton, can he get more than a single here? No, get a single of sorts. Make by, I think. But they're going to get 7 off Henschel's over. Maybe not a bad result. You need 10 or 11 and over. You feel like you might be able to catch him up off some other bowlers. I think Henschel, you take 7 or 8 off his overs, you're pretty happy. End of the 5th over, and the score is 41 for 4. A few people just remembering that Sam's played in Croatia. That is his country of residence. So he's a guy that actually finds it a little bit tough to play in the summer months in Croatia because of his work commitments. And so yeah, you see him popping around. He's played in Spain, he's played in Gibraltar before as well. And yeah, he loves his cricket. I mean, right now though, it's going to be the time where just getting a single isn't quite good enough. He's going to have to take a few more risks. As Matty Williams comes back. Jumps away and misses out the cut shot. So things just creeping away. Having said that, Bavaria, they were 15% at one stage. They're up to 35 again. So it just takes a few big shots to turn the tables. This time slightly slower from Williams. Cut away, and that'll be the first boundary for Houghton. And there you go. This one just seemed to have a bit more pop off the pitch. And Houghton just made good contact, found the gap. He's actually perfectly placed. That's what made the boundary there. Hancock on the boundary is a good fielder, but he couldn't get there. Sam Houghton's done this before on this ground, hasn't he? Batted in pressure situations and dragged his team over the line. He gets one to drive, but doesn't really connect. We'll get a single though. And Riley against the off spin of Williams. Remember Riley played a really nice shot, first ball to the off spin of Lee Rimmer when he came in. Oh, he absolutely crunches this. What a shot that is from Jamie Riley. Just creeps down the pitch but holds his shape and laces it. Cuatro carreras. Not a bad ball by Williams by any stretch, but Riley made it look fuller than it was as he came down on the charge, puts it between the posts. This is really good inning so far. Crom begrudgingly will enjoy that shot from Riley, who he's played a lot of cricket with. 50's up for Bavaria. Now full toss, hangs and disappears. Maximo. Williams gets a bit too close to the legs of Riley this time, and he pops it over for his second 6. And things changing quickly. They were 35% about a minute ago, and now they find themselves 59% after that shot from Riley. Well, this game's had more twists and turns than a ball of old yarn, really. Oh, gets lucky now, and that's going to be 4. As will it get into the net? Well, close. I think it's a goal. But Williams will be upset because if this was a little feather, maybe he can get caught behind. If it was thicker, it might go to the fielder, but it's in between. And that's the over they needed. 19 come off the 6th over. It's as good as magical, really, in this game. 60 for 4 after 6. 30 off 12 for Riley. They still got Hatchman in the hutch. Hello to Ian Latine, who's in the chat. He's saying, let's see how valuable those Bakari bombs will be. At the end of the match, he did come and get 16 off the last 3. But right now, Bavaria in the box, 70-30. Now that's what I love about this format of the game. You can get these momentum swings in such a short period of time. Yeah, so now you need 9 and over. Look, if you could get 7 or 8 off Henschel and not lose a wicket, you're happy, I think. Obviously, you'd like to get more. They haven't used a 5th bowler yet either, Sloggers. Good game. Houghton faces up. Hits it straight to the field and doesn't want to run. Might have been one there if he'd gone straight away. Bakari looks at his watch as if he's slightly bored. Cricket being too easy for him. Wonder who they'll bowl as their fifth. Got a few options looking at the lineup. Maybe Dantas might be their fifth. Kenroy Nestor, although he had a bit of a shocker the other night. He's got to go back on the horse at some point. Game's on the line here. 36 off 23. Angled in. What's two? Riley was too curious, wasn't he? But in the end, they decide it's not worth the risk. Probably right at the moment. Crooms liking the look of Jamie Riley. Loving the cover drive. Something about left-handers. Their cover drive. I think it's to do with the fact that quite often they're getting the ball angled across them if it's a right-hand bowler. This kind of changes the aesthetic slightly. Henschel, what does he go for here? Oh, wow. Riley's played some good shots. He's also had that little bit of luck that's so important. I think that might just be a little bit of, what's the word? Inexperience with the bat from Riley. I don't think he has to go looking for trouble against Henschel. That's almost a premeditated heave. He can just keep picking up runs off Henschel. Henschel's only got 3 balls left in this game. On his more leg stump, hit and run. Riley gets a single. So the fact that you got so many off that last over means you don't have to get too crazy. This one's been .1.1. Henschel, very clever and tactical bowler. Game in the balance. Also, it looks like they'll get to that 67 pretty easily, which at least guarantees Bavaria a point. Slower kind of bouncer. Here's like a leg cutter. Some of those balls that come and holds it in towards the palm and it just comes out a bit slower without any change in arm action. So yeah, he's very clever bowler, Henschel. Like I say, hasn't gotten a breakthrough. Oh, and he still won't. And Houghton's going to get lucky and he will get a goal. And well, the French have a pretty good football team. This is a genuine French cut, if I've ever seen one. Houghton gave a little wink. He's had a few nervous moments when he thought he ran out Sammy Boda before. But, he didn't, and now he gets 4. Probably wasn't completely earned. End of the over, 66 for 4. Coming up next, we have match 6, and Bavaria have won the toss and elected to bowl. And look, why not? They did so well keeping the Sloggers down, and that's twice that Sloggers have batted first and basically underperformed with the bat. Looking at those team lists, got Sajjan Singh and Jesse Sagi coming in for Bavaria. I think Pyle is a guy to watch with the bat. I know we saw him get out, maybe trying to be a bit too careful earlier. But certainly a lot of match winners on both sides. Join us for that game starting in around about 30 minutes time right here on ECN. All right, so Bakari is going to be the 5th bowler. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, he's the other guy I would have thought that Sloggers might turn to. You need exactly 10 and over. So that's what we're aiming for. Be 76 at the end of this over if you're batting. And Riley heeds the call from Houghton. Again, it's a really good example of how Houghton is busy. This won't show up on the stats sheet, but as soon as he sees that's fumbled, he's quick to call and run, knowing he's going to the danger end. The only danger really is if his partner doesn't go quick enough and doesn't read the room. But now what's Houghton's tactics here? They've got 6 wickets in hand. They've got Hatchman still to come. So I think he can afford to be a little bit more attacking than he's been. He gets tied up, Bakari. Well, a bit like a long-term relationship partner. He's a bit of a nagger, Bakari. Not the quickest, but normally knows where he's putting it. Just does a little bit with the ball. Houghton will get this one past the bowler though. Just a single Henschel. There's a gun in the field. He almost threw that one to the beach. We'll give him that, just a single. Remember, 76 mini target as far as keeping with the rain. Hey, so we know now that each of these teams will get at least 1 point out of the game because it is a close game. But who will take the points for the win? 2 points up for grabs. O'Reilly's just lost his form a little bit. He came out and looked technically very, very good, but a couple of times when he watches this back, he'll see he's just got a little bit lazy with his technique. Still, I'd say hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly, Jamie. This time it goes up in the air, hanging for a long time and gone. And that's one guy you don't want to hit the high ball to. Henschel takes the catch, and this game takes another twist. Jamie Riley goes for 31, and the score is 68 for 5. And it's that man, Bakari. He's having some game, isn't he? And he's a guy, he's probably more difficult to face during the day with the reflection off his head. But even at night, he's been effective, and Henschel does it very easily. And you can see a big man's fired up. I know when I went back to the hotel, King Kong was on the TV, and that was a kind of hulky manoeuvre that was on the telly last night. Bakari flying the flag for Slogger, 68 for 5, and here is Rick. And so this is, I won't say last roll of the dice, but I will say the Rick's their last kind of recognised batter, coming in at 7, which for me is a bit low. Good contest. Bakari versus Rick Hatchman, Clash of the Titans. Oh, takes this off middle stump, whacks it, but straight at Rimmer. Hasn't had too much to do out there. Very good fielder. Bakari's over is some sort of over. There's only 3 off it. One of them was a bye. There was a wicket off it, and the score is 69 for 5. So remember we talked about, can they get 76, stay on the rate? Well, nowhere near it. You see the 8th over. That white, or that grey worm, takes a bit of a dive. Having said that, they are still ahead of where Sloggers were at this stage, but Sloggers had that big finish. It was Bakari himself. That was fantastic. All right, so we've got Stan Howarth coming back for over number 9. That means that Bakari is going to get 10, you'd imagine. A couple of big hits, 12 balls remaining. 27 required now. So yeah, low 80s to get on the pace, and Rick is on the pace. Stan doesn't put this one where he wants it, and Big Rick makes it disappear. 4 carreras. So just the start they wanted in this over. Yeah, so now you need kind of 13 and over from the start of this over. So you're looking at kind of being 82, 83, leaving yourself 13 off the last over. Now, there's a lot of buzz around here. People thinking this could be golden ball 51. It's been that kind of a game. Who's to say it won't be? Hatchman doesn't want it to go that deep, that's for sure. Howarth has to sort his line out, and quick. Whacks it straight, but there's a fielder there. Kenroy makes sure that it's not getting past him. Yeah, so here's the thing at this stage with Houghton. I don't think he can exclusively look for a 1. You need over to a ball. So you're kind of heaping pressure. I think he needs to look to score. Look, if it's not there, sure, take the 1. You don't want to eat a dot. Let's see. Howarth. He does go for it and actually knocks AJ Crom's face mask off. Oh, well, have a look at this. I don't know if the ball hits it or he just jerks up. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. He actually takes the ball, but he jerks his head back. Oh, shades of November 1963 about that one. But it was a brilliant bit of keeping. And what's more important for Sloggers is the dot ball. Now they're ahead in the game. Houghton loves the death overs, though. That's why they call him the Iceman. He's keeping cool. He gets one. You feel like they need at least one boundary here to be a fighting chance in the last. Bavaria and Bakari, he's having an incredible game, but that could all unravel in seconds. We know what cricket is like here on ECN. Oh, Hatchman swings hard. That's good field placement down there. It's almost a fielder for a bad ball, but gets lucky with the thick inside edge. Just a single. 20 off 7 now. For me, Houghton has kind of got to go for it here now. That's the thing, though. He's hit 2 boundaries in his 20 deliveries, so need him to lift. Goes for it, gets a thick edge. That's going to fly away for 4. Well, that's why you swing hard at this stage. So a very handy 4-run. And yeah, the bat speed was off the charts there. So Sam gets his 3rd boundary, and the score at the end of 9 is 80 for 5. So they're not quite up that 82, 83 we said. So again, they've let that run rate get up again, required. But hey, who's to say? 15 for a golden ball here. 16 for the win for Bavaria. Any less, and the Sloggers will get the win. Haven't had a golden ball in 2024, but we did have a golden ball late in the season. Second last day of the season. Just up the road. That was golden ball number 50. If it is a tie, 95-95 at the end of 10 overs, the batting team will get 1 extra delivery to score 2 runs or more. If they do that, they win the game. If they don't, they won't. Sam Houghton did hit a golden ball for 4 once upon a time. It was all the way back on the 3rd of February 2022. Golden ball 25. He hit Ian Latine for 4. Right, Bakari's back. He's got 15 to defend. And he gets whacked first ball, and it's going to be 4. Oh, is it? Oh, I think he stopped that. Well, Dantas has been incredible, and now they're going to get 3, which is almost 4. Wow. I gave Dantas 2 hopes here, slim and none. But check it out in the replay. Let's have a look. Is he in the field of play? Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant bit of fielding. Let's just look at that last foot. That looks inside to me, his left foot. Then he taps it before that comes down. That's a great stop. I mean, it does 2 things. It saves a run, but also it changes the strike. The question is, would you even take on a 3rd run at this stage? I suppose you don't want to be turning them down. 13 off 5. Now Houghton goes up and out of here. Well, new year, but same Sam. Maximo, the Iceman, turns the tables in 1 delivery. What a shot. And, well, that's why you take the 3rd run. Backs away and gets plenty of it. 7 off 4 now. What a game to start the night. I'll turn the lights on, and it's showtime here at the Europa Sports Complex. They hit 1 boundary from here. I think they're home, or close to. Yeah, they'll get a run here, so Rick Hatchman will be on strike. 6 off 3, 5 to tie. Oh boy, are you looking at golden ball 51 here? He can dance us. I thought he did a good thing saving a run, but the next ball went for 6. The different striker. Bakari's had such a good game, but could unravel. Remember what Bakari did off the last 3 balls. And now, I suppose if it wasn't for his 16 runs off the last 3 balls, they wouldn't even be in this position. They would have already lost. Rick Hatchman, he can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. And he gets some bat on it. They'll just get a single. Oh boy, well, you know what this means. 4 for a golden ball. A 6 will win it for Bavaria. If this ball stays in the ballpark, the Sloggers have held on. This is cricket in the extreme. 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win. Last ball. Hit hard. And it's going to be 4. Well, there's 2 to come. I think I've miscounted the balls. Oh, no. Well, I was excited, and then I looked at the score. Yeah, well, my apologies. There's still 1 to come, so the scores are tied. Oh, in all the excitement, I thought that was last ball coming up. It was only the second last. I thought they were pretty muted. All right. Well, this is Sam's situation. You've got to get everyone in. You know he's poking here. There's no way he's swinging hard at this. Or is he? I don't even know what to believe anymore. Again, sorry that I thought that was the last ball, but this is the last ball coming up. Scores tied. Bakari not having it his own way in this last over of match 5. Any score wins it for Bavaria. Otherwise, we've got a golden ball. Remember what a wicket would do, though. If you can bowl him, if you can catch him out. I mean, one thing's for sure, they are running. 95-95. Last ball coming up. Here we go. Sam Houghton, the Iceman. Can he do it again in Gibraltar? He will, and that'll be the end of the game. I think it's a wide anyway, regardless. It'll be a leg by, and an extra will win the game. Bakari, when the game was on the line, he couldn't produce. And Bavaria win a thriller here. It's a very, very close contest, and I'm looking forward to the second half of it, no doubt about that. But for now, Bavaria, they get the points. And Sam Houghton, well, there you go. He's done it before. He does it again. He starts slow, he builds the innings back up, and then just came up with the boundaries when his team needed them. It'll be a wide that finishes the game, so the instant that passed him, the game was over. And it's Bavaria that will win. And technically, it'll be with 1 ball to spare because that last ball was called a wide. Coming up next, Bavaria once again against Sloggers, and once again they'll be chasing Sloggers to set the pace. Will it be third time lucky for them batting first? They fall to a 1-2 record now. But Bakari, you got to feel for him. He was incredible. But just in that last over, things ran against him. The tide turned here on the coast, and it was Bavaria that make a winning start. Well, maybe sit down for these highlights because it could be a while. Early on, Pyle, he showed too much of the furniture and got him rocked. And Rimmer with a very important wicket early on. Let's not forget the position they were in. They were 3 for 3 after 8 deliveries. They were going nowhere fast. This was a tight one, but in the end, it was out. Umpire said, not out, but I'll check anyway. And turned out that was on the line. Then a little poke job. Henschel takes an easy catch. Points at the water, which is all around this Europa point. And then, after a close call on a run-out, Boda swung all around the next one. Rimmer had another. Matt Williams came out. But Jamie Riley, let's not forget how important he was. He started the resurgence, didn't he? With some lovely-looking shots. I just feel he lost his way a little bit later in the innings. Ended up holding out to Henschel down at long on. But, you can see that was Bakari's entry. And right now, he was hulking. He almost looked like he could have ripped the shirt off Hulk Hogan style. This was an incredible stop for Dantas, but be careful what you wish for because the next ball disappeared out of the ground for 6. And then, with 2 to come, it was 4 to tie. It was tied on the second last ball. The very last ball of the game was a wide down the leg side, and that's all she wrote. So technically in the books, it'll be 1 ball to spare because that last ball was wide, but yeah, for me, that's your last ball finish. Houghton 32 off 24. Well, he rose to the occasion. He was surrounded by singles, wasn't he? The other members of the top 4 got only 1 apiece. Boda with 10. Riley's 31 was super important in the end, and Hatchman, well, he certainly played his role. 11 off 6. Both teams pretty good with extras in this game. I think only 6 wides in the whole match. They all came in that second innings. 2 for 9. Lee Rimmer was brilliant early on. And things kind of turned when Riley came to the crease. Howard's 1 for 26. Williams was expensive tonight. Bakari 1 for 18. And in fact, 16 of those came off that last over. So Here's the best bit about this format. You'll see these two teams going head-to-head once again, starting in around about 15 minutes. It will be sloggers batting first. This time they've been inserted by the Bavarians. Have a little cup of tea. Maybe pour yourself something stronger. You might need it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back very shortly in Gibraltar for more ECSN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company for this second half of the doubleheader tonight. Bavaria versus Sloggers, and what a game we had earlier on. This is match 6 coming up. Why don't we go and see what happened a little bit earlier when the toss happened with Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
Bavaria to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
We'll have a ball.
So at the toss is Bavaria that win it, and their captain Paddy Hatchman has inserted the Sloggers, and why not? Sloggers, they were batting first in the first game, although that was their choice on that occasion. Made a fairly competitive 95, and those of you would know from last season, 95 is a bit of a golden ball magnet score. That was the score in the Spain-Austria golden ball back in the last week of 2023. So there's the two teams, and I really think that we'll see Henschel, probably Rimmer out there to open. We'll see pretty shortly as Bavaria. Well, obviously the supercomputer didn't have the TV on about 20 minutes ago because they're only given a 35% shot here against Sloggers. But, well, who's to say? Earlier on in the first game, they were given 33% chance at the start of the game. So, if anything, they have improved. But anyway, that's the theory. This is the practice as we're under the bright lights of the Europa Sports Complex here in Gibraltar, in the shadow of the Rock of Gibraltar, world famous. There is Henschel. He's out there with Rimmer. Rimmer went 4 and out earlier to Jamie Riley. And something tells me we'll have that one-on-one battle resuming very, very shortly. There he is, Jamie Riley. Well, questionable haircut, something that we talked about. Certainly looks like he went to the 75% off shot, but anyway, his cricket's been good, that's for sure. Both keepers have done a really good job in this game as well, having up to the stumps the whole night. Here we go with match number 6. Oh, he almost chops on, but instead he'll chop a 4. Well, luck's a fortune for Lee Rimmer. This only misses by a whisker. Plays away from the body, slight in angle from Jamie Riley. And Rimmer, well, a bit like last game, starts with a 4. Well, it wasn't quite as convincing. It was second ball that did him last time. Oh, in fact, he's given it 4 buys, okay. Oh, well, that ain't buys. That's going to be a goal. Well, I thought I saw some bat in the first one. Umpire didn't think so. Well, all the French viewers, they will be enjoying what we've seen so far anyway. 8 off the first 2. It's an interesting one. You've got a left armour that's opening the bowling and bowling pretty well. You don't want to be too kind of passive and wait for a ball with your name on it. It's a difficult job opening the batting, no matter what the format. Oh, it's well bowled. Rimmer takes his medicine, gives a little wink to young Jamie on the way past. That's one thing I really enjoy about the cricket here. It is a small community. It's a niche community in this part of the world. And there's a lot of friendship, a lot of mutual respect between the players, even when they are playing against each other. There's Chris Pyle, the keeper, ready to pounce. Like I said, I was very impressed with him earlier on. Nice little flick away, and Henschel is going to start with a boundary as well. Riley just gets it slightly wrong. Drifts onto the leg stump, and a little flourish there from Dylan as he gets away with a boundary. It's been a good standard. There's been a lot of comments as well about how much the standard has improved since last time we were in Gibraltar. And partly it's been the conditions. 2 out of the 3 nights have been pretty nice, but not just the conditions. I think you're seeing the injection of a few more experienced players, and I think that kind of rubs off on their teammates. Now, Dylan's after him, and he's going to put him over the fence. What a shot. Maximo! Henschel goes 4 and 6, pick up sticks, and he's away.
Love to turn this into a big score. And funnily enough, Sloggers, the only time the batting really went to plan for them, it's when they were chasing in the opener. That was a cracking stroke from Dylan Henschel. Not a bad ball from Riley. He just needs to stick at it. He just needs to tell himself, put the ball in the right spot. Hope for a mistake from Henschel. Hope for a miss-hit. That's not going to be the plan. It's short. It is disappearing. Leg side this time. Well, one bounce. I hope that glass is cricket ball proof because it crashes into it. 4-6-4, and this game takes a turn. And let's not forget Sloggers on opening night. They had a real Jekyll and Hyde night, didn't they? They won one very comprehensively. They lost one very comprehensively. I won't say it was a comprehensive loss in the first game as it went down to the very last ball, but they've made a strong start here. That's the end of the over, and it goes magical. 25 without loss after one. Well, how quick things can change. Jamie Riley, player of the match in match one, but it's back to earth with a thud. 37 days until the ECL, Champions League of European Cricket, featuring the Culpe Giants from Gibraltar. And I've mentioned a little bit earlier that quite a few of the players in this match actually will turn out for Culpe, or they're eligible at least to play for Culpe Giants. Harry Pyle actually is one of them as well, playing for Bavaria tonight. Paddy Hatchman, Jamie Riley as well actually, potentially could be picked. Crichton gets the second, little edge from Rimmer. Well, he's exclusively dealing behind the wicket right now, Lee, but he won't care. Nice smile from Pyle behind the stumps. Not a bad ball at all from Crichton. Gets a little edge. Yeah, who else? Let's see. You've got guys like Charles Packard, we saw last night. Dylan Taylor, left-hander, we saw last night as well. Crichton in again. And this time, Rimmer clips it leg side with the angle, will get four more. Oh, he's getting there. Lee is a pretty talented striker of the ball. Looked a little bit short of cricket when we saw him the other night. But slowly coming together for him. Crichton with those induckers. Rimmer going with the swing. Now he's knocked over. Crichton with the perfect comeback. Wow, that is very, very good bowling from Gideon. Straight through the gate. Rimmer tries it again, goes to the well once too often and loses his pegs. It's 33 for one. And finally, Bavaria have something to shout about halfway through this second over. Just look at the movement there. Good seam position comes in. Rimmer looking again to go that leg side. I suppose you do have to take risks in this form of the game. And that one was a genuine death rattle. And the opening partnership comes to an end. Brings Matt Williams to the crease. Okay, batting three this time. Did hit a couple of good shots in the last game. Matt. But it came in pretty low. Came in at number 8, in fact, but scored 16 off 11. This might be tactical in the power play. They feel that Williams can go over the top. So play a couple of good shots, and that bottom hand took over. Jamie Dodger saying he loves watching Dylan Henschel bat. Crichton into Williams for his first ball. Swinging full toss. Oh, I love that. Little sneaky look behind. I like this. It's like a shot to nothing, as they'd say in snooker. Just in case the non-striker's not watching. Almost caused more confusion. And swinger does Williams, who chops it onto his own body. Yeah, Jamie saying he loves watching Henschel. So easy on the eye, great bat speed, picks it up early and strong wrists. Brilliant. Yeah, he's a fan. sometimes goes the other way. Even though it's a wide, it kind of shows you what makes Crichton a bit of a tricky customer, because he's bowled all these kind of in-curvers. Curved a bit left to right. This one's gone the other way. Good keeping as well from Pyle to pick that. Stay with it. Williams not going to run here either. End of the over. So Gideon fights back with a pretty good over as he gets Rimmer in the second, and the score is 34 for 1. Have a look at the table. Our Sloggers, they lost that game, but they did get a point out of it. So they too head into kind of outright second, although they played one extra game than Turek and a couple more than Bavaria, who get off the mark with 3 points. One thing I like to see, all 5 teams have some points now, which is another good thing about this slightly expanded points format is sometimes teams go pointless in the whole series, but they've had the moments where they've been competitive, and it rewards them for that. So I like that. I don't think this will be a series where we see one team really struggle, though. All teams will have their moments. Here's Rick Hatchman, the third. Wow, it goes short, and he gets pounded into the night sky, and almost a sensational catch. Lee Rimmer's taken the pads off, and he's almost taken an all-timer. I'll get a load of this. Now, good to see Lee with a smile on his face, despite having his castle rocked not too long ago. But have a look at this. A genuine high ball. No one on the field was going to catch it. Lee Rimmer launched himself, and, well, good effort. Henschel gets 6, though. Now he's going to get 6 more down the ground. Not quite, though. What a good putback. I thought that was off the middle straight away, but I was fooled by the sound. It was low on the bat, so it just got over the infield in the end. Getting caught up in Henschel mania, perhaps, calling that one before I'd really seen where it was going to land. Heading down the leg side. Scramble through for a leg by. Let's say a quick hello to Pablo Zamora as well. He's watching from Argentina. How did you enjoy watching last night, Pablo? And one of our newer viewers. I think it was Pablo's son that has an interest in cricket, so he's trying to learn a bit more about it. What I will say is any questions you've got, if you don't understand a rule or some tactics, doesn't matter how simple it is, put it in the chat. I love introducing people to cricket and discussing some of the basics. Henschel leans on this. Bit of a chase. There's a good chase down there. There's Jesse Segi. Turns around, fires it in. Rick Hatchman, he was at the crease when we saw Bavaria pinching that first game. I think it was as low as about 15% at one stage. Right now, Sloggers, look at the expected score in the bottom left-hand corner. 130. Well, I'll take some chasing. Not sure if there's a little something there. Probably not. The Hatchman. Fun player to watch as well. Yeah, so Pablo, if you're interested in tactics and strategy, we're probably one of your easiest resources. All right, in the air, high, really high. Who's getting there? Wow, Jamie Riley's getting there, but he can't hold on. Well, never easy at night. That was a real rainmaker on a cloudless night in Gibraltar. Disappears, looks like a golf ball up there in the sky. It's coming down at a rate of knots. Jamie Riley called it. Couldn't hold on. So we'll remember that. It's a big moment in the game because Henschel gets dropped on 25 and the score is 45 for 1 after 3. Let's have a look at my ECL graphic. Now, I'm going to ask you in the chat, is there any team you want to know more about? Ask me, and I'll tell you what I know. Some I know more than others, of course. Most of the teams in ECL I've seen before. Not too many I haven't. Those that I haven't seen before, at least I know a bit about them. So the ECL 24 will be the biggest edition ever with 35 teams. 7 groups, that's up from 6 last year. And of course, the finals week, championship week. Crichton comes back straight away this time. Swinging past the leg stump. Henshaw has occasionally missed out on that kind of delivery. Cramped him for room, missed the inside edge. Right, see that's the one. That's his stop ball. Goes into the right-hander. Again, get some respect from Dylan Henshaw. Crichton's a bit of a throwback as well. I like him opening the bowling. Had a really good season last year. Once again, Henshaw taking too many chances against Crichton. Happy with the one.
Very good, you two.
You can see Sloggers just being pinned back a little bit after it. A lightning start. The run rate was up over 22 at one stage. Williams misses out this time. Was hitting out of the leg by. And Jesse thinks the throwing. A bit too smart for it. So yeah, Williams been put up to the 3 spot, but hasn't quite gone to plan as yet. Yeah, Jesse refielded that ball. Playing his first match on the network, wasn't in the 11 in the last game, so best of luck to him. Well, swings in and swings out. What a shot. That one has gone huge and in fact it's across the road. Maximo! Well, hate to remind all the Bavaria supporters, but he was dropped on 25 and this one almost drops into the back seat of a station wagon. Have a look at that, flying through the air. Well, luckily it was between the cars. Henshaw brings up the 50 for Sloggers as well. Well, they've found the ball. That's a bystander, but I've got to tell you, it was a nervous moment for the ump here because it was an aggressive. Well, that's your one for the over, if you don't mind. But I will say, the umpires here, talked about it before, they are brilliant. Sebastian and Steve out there for this one. Wow, false shot. It's good running. Go with a hit. They get one. That means Henshaw retains the strike. He's super important to the health of this innings, you feel. 4 overs down, 54 for 1. Hello to Trip, who's tuning in from the USA. Great to have you with us. Yeah, so yeah, Pablo from Argentina, like I said, love for you to ask me some questions. And honestly, make them as basic as you like. I'll tell you a question that I get all the time. Saying, Vinny, I've watched cricket for a while now. What is an over? What does that mean? Over what? Over like the bar or over the fence? No. Over. An over is a set of 6 balls bowled by the bowler. And then the reason it's called over is because then the bowler has to change over. Hatchman, Rick Hatchman that is, bowls out and well, thoughts of an overthrow, but it's well backed up by Paddy Hatchman. Yeah, so in most versions of cricket, you'd actually change the end you bowl from after an over as well. We don't do that on ECN in 10 over matches, just for a few reasons. Pace of play is one. Also, allows us to have the cameras in the best spots for you. Williams will get a run at the 6th attempt. In fact, he won't get 1, he'll get 4. Wasn't particularly convincing. It's through the uprights. This is another ball that doesn't really get up. There's been the odd ball that's kept low, hasn't there? I will say this pitch, it's got like quite a healthy length to the artificial turf. That means occasionally one won't bounce as high. And the general bounce is, I'd call it fairly slow type of bounce. That's why I think those short deliveries, batters typically have plenty of time to play those horizontal bat shots. Cracking shot this time from Williams. Genuine cover drive. Let's not forget that earlier on in the night, Rick Hatchman was the man that got rid of Henschel. Bowled him. Pulled and angled in. Just clipped the back pad and went onto the stumps. Dillon had to go for 21. Slightly over pitched. And see Henschel. And for a guy, I'd say he's taking it pretty easy. A lot of deliveries. He's still going at a very good strike rate, 36 off 15. You feel that if Dillon Henschel bats 8 times in this series, there's going to be at least one game where he does something huge. Another full toss. 2's the call. They probably shouldn't. Sam Houghton, probably pretty reliable. And they do decide to keep it to 1. Yeah, so and one thing I will say as well here in Gibraltar is that we've never actually had a century. Ian Latine, 90 not out of 40 for Rugby CC against Sloggers last year. That's the highest score. In fact, after that, there hasn't even been an 80. That's probably a sign that the scoring has typically been lower here for a few reasons, I think. But yeah, no one's ever scored 100. Will it be this year? I feel like it might be. End of the 5th over, and we're halfway through the inning. 63 for 1 after 5. Once again, big hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on Saturday night. What are you doing with your Saturday night? Of course, it's not night everywhere. Some people watching in other parts of the world. It might be morning, it might be the afternoon. Right here, the sun's gone down. It's time for some ECSN cricket. Good to see Iggy in the chat as well. Hello to Gary Wheeler. Good to see you popping in. Gary's been watching for a fair bit. Hello to Keenan Tropicana as well. Good to have you. All right. Here we go with over number 6, and it's Sammy Boda. Gets whacked away over point. This one is going to fly. Well, this one's left the arena as well, and Henschel moves into the 40s. And it'll be new balls, please. Well, not often you see balls leaving the arena because it is quite a large space, but Dillon's done it a couple of times now. Just goes a little bit of a breaking of the wrists there to get it squarer. He times that perfectly and gets half a dozen. Hello to Dylan Taylor, who's popped into the chat. Well done last night as well, Dylan. He's lost his run a couple of times. Saying earlier, it's good to see him fit. I think he's got a lot of potential, still very young. Can Matty Williams do here? Goes after it, and well, he just admires his work, but not for too long, because Riley makes up for his earlier effort. This time, it's all over. So, yeah, big moment in the game. That's that second wicket that they were after. And, yeah, Henschel, he sat and watched it. I thought it might have been because he got it, but he didn't. And so Riley gets him in the end. Costs him 18 runs because Henschel is gone for 43. And Sloggers 69 for 2. Good innings. Again, doesn't go on with it into the second half. You feel this is one guy, he does have the ability to hit 100 here. But it won't be tonight. Still some work to do with the ball, no doubt. 69 for 2, and Sammy Boda gets the big wicket. Here's Big Kenroy. Speaking of big, he's got the jockey lid on here. Corey Ruckers loves this style of helmet. Maybe not as much protection. Good to see him wearing a helmet, though. Kenroy likes to swing. misses out on that first ball. Again, these two know each other pretty well as well.
Keep it, Chris. Love that, mate.
Andy. Where are you watching from? Andy Booker. Sounds like a South African type account. It's like good action this evening. Yeah, certainly has been. Kenroy. That's better. That's the Kenroy that we know and love. He just laces it. It was about knee-high to a grasshopper, but it cut through the air and it disappears for 6. Maximo. And all I like about that is the right shot to play. Put it in the area where it was bowled. Offside to offside. Kenroy. He did go 6 and out earlier. Probably having flashbacks about that at the moment. Think about Kenroy. He's not going to change his game. He's going to keep swinging. This one just sneaks inside from Samath Boda. Check it out. Tight one. Umpire gives him the call. Ryan's watching from South Wales, supporting the Maddies of Usk Cricket Club. Good to have you with us. Slow ball, clever, really clever bowling. And locks up big Canis at the end of 6 overs. Sloggers 75 for 2. Yeah, well, I've asked what you're up to tonight. Dave has said, well, I'm watching the ECSN. Yep, you sure are. I'm sure there's a few people multitasking. Anyone out at the clubs? Saw some viral videos of youngsters out at the nightclub watching sport on their phone secretly, maybe while their partner dances. Jules said he's working until 9 a.m, so a little bit of light relief with the rest of this game. Yeah, well, you're on your own after this, but you won't have to wait too long because Cyprus starts in, how many hours is that? Probably about less than 11 hours. Jamie Riley comes back for his second over, and this is lifted up. Matt Williams puts it up and out of here. Maximo. We can kind of see what Matt Williams brings to the table. I know he didn't have the best start to his innings, but there's still time left. And this is just a classic, more or less a straight drive with the angle slightly onside. Cracks it. Doubles his score with one swing of the bat. Hit away to the leg side, just a single. So not really under pressure as far as wickets lost at this stage. Still batting to come. I wonder if they'll throw Jawad Bakari a little bit higher. He certainly looked in a mood earlier on, only got to face 3 balls. A ball by Riley. Gets respected by Kenroy this time. Looks like Andy isn't in South Africa. It's Andrew Reyes from Pirates. So, yeah, bit of a Bok fan. South Africa winning the Rugby World Cup. If you didn't know already, apologies to all our New Zealand viewers. Once again, Kenroy keeps it out. It's well run, actually. So he's necessarily known for the quick singles. Now they think about a second. Well, he's got the jockey lid on, and he's got a bit more of a gallop. You can see with Riley, even though I know his first over was expensive, they respect him a fair bit. Williams did take him up and out of the ground once, but he's only got 2 more balls to bowl. Having said that, if it's there, Williams is going to go it. You can see exactly what I'm talking about there. Didn't really want to pull the trigger. Jamie's come back well here. When you consider that his first over went for a bunch. It was 25 off the first over and then 6 off the first ball. So that's 31 off the 7 balls he bowled. But since then he's gone 1 dot, 1 dot. So that shows good resilience. The left armour. Full toss, so not the best delivery, but he picks out the fielder. Houghton, he's been very good in the field tonight. He's also a pretty useful wicket keeper, but Pyle and the team, I think, makes sense Sound of field. Maybe occasionally can bowl a couple of overs as well as we get to the end of the 7th, and the score is 84 for 2. Good over there in the end from Riley. Only going single digits. Coming up tomorrow, we have Pirates back. Well, Andrew's in the chat right now. Hopefully he'll be out there in the middle. They're going to take on Turek, who split their fixtures with Sloggers on opening night. Of course, Pirates last night, they were able to take 7 points out of a possible 8 against Rugby CC. They were pretty impressive. So join us at the same time tomorrow night. It'll be Sunday night here in Gibraltar, 5:45 p.m. GMT, which is 6:45 in Central Europe, and 11:15, I should say. Not 12:15, don't miss it, 11:15 in India. So stay up late with us. We love your company. Okay. 3 overs to go. Sawyer being bowled a bit later this time. A little bit short first up. Williams takes out the long handle and pops him over the leg side. Maximo. This is very uncharacteristic of Sawyer, who bowled pretty accurately earlier, but first balls, a bit like first dates. You never know what you're going to get. Dave saying in the chat, his night out was last night. That's why he's in tonight at his open mic session. Well, I know you love your music, Dave. Very talented musician as well. I know that for a fact. In swinger. Again, though, doesn't get the line right, and that's going to win the race. So Williams growing into his role here. Moves up to 24 or 14 balls, but not a good delivery, you'd have to say, from Sawyer. And one thing actually that we've been commenting about, I don't hear it from the viewers, but even all the Blue crew that have been here before, is just how much the standard has improved here in Gibraltar in the ECN era. And it kind of sticks out when you see bowlers just missing the mark. It's not the worst ball ever from Sawyer, but the bowlers are a lot more accurate these days. That's better line for him, I think. With that hint of in-swing. Williams just gets a single. Every time Kenroy's there, don't take your eyes off the TV. I can tell you, he's swinging at this. To the 8th over. What? He got freaked out. I don't know. That's another shocking call by me. So let's just ignore that for a second. But he kind of went to go and then just he got locked up. Maybe with the in-swing. Or maybe we'll edit that bit out. I can tell you he won't be leaving another one. This is a wide. Oh, it's gone through everyone. Oh, it's a rare error from Pyle behind the stumps. And we've got high standards here, but look at this. See how he just watches it for too long and he gets up too much. And I only grade him as almost a professional standard because his keeping's been brilliant tonight. But yeah, he just played the role of spectator. And that's, I think, slightly a mental error from him as well because we're getting late in the piece. And yeah, it's just like slight concentration thing. So, 4 byes. Bonus run. Sloggers up to 99. Last ball of the 8th. How about this one as well? I feel like this might have got a bit of the line. How do you see it? Yeah, I reckon he's lucky to get away with that as well. Sawyer, but he does. And that's the end of 8. The score is 99 for 2. Brilliant start, 25 off the first over, but kind of back to normality now. Having said that, it's looking to be a pretty healthy score on track for 124 if they continue at this rate. Let's see what the expected score is saying. Will it be more or less than 124? Probably see in a second. 125, so supercomputer predicting them to do pretty much the same as what they've done already. It's good to see new bowler coming in now. That's Sajjan Singh. I do believe this is his first match on ECN. So wishing him all the best. He's going to get the 9th over. See how he goes. Not a bad start at all. Hit down the ground, just a single. Good to see some different players being given opportunities as well. So that's one of the things about a tournament like this. You do have to kind of strategically try and get more people involved. I think that's quite important because it's a long tournament. You never know who might be able to step up for you. Sneaks into the pad. Not going to run here. 100 came up with that first single. Sawyer applauds his teammate there. Yeah, Dave mentioning we've still got our piano and violin duo to do. Maybe go guitar, think about violin. Unless it's some of that cool violin, kind of like Southern American style. One of the all-time great swings from Kenroy. This would have got on the roof had he hit it. I think with Kenroy, I do think he looks better when he tries to hit straighter. When he kind of looks too leg side, don't necessarily think it's the best outcome. Pulls one, gets bottom edge. To pass the fielder momentarily. Good stop. Really good stop by Sawyer. And they'll get back for a couple. Check it out. Let's get past in the first time and he makes up for it. Desperate to stop it. Knows he's got his teammate there. And nice bit of work. Every run counts, as we saw in that first game. Oh, right off the end of the bat. Doesn't travel that quickly though. He's been very good here, Sajjan Singh. Really putting in a shift. He'll only get the one over here, but this is exactly why I think you go and occasionally you pick your moments to give someone else a bowl. But use it as a sixth bowler and it gives you confidence that you could go to him again. Well, jinxed him pretty good and proper. That's great keeping by Kyle. This is the keeper nuffy in me, I suppose. But see the way he actually got his whole body and he's led with his feet to get over there, keep his eyes behind the line of the ball. Good stuff. Just sneaks inside. That's a brilliant over from Sajjan Singh. I don't think we've seen the last of him as it takes us to the end of the ninth over. 104 for 2. They've really pegged this back well. Let's not forget where they were after 5 overs. They were 63 on kind of 126 pace. Doesn't look like they'll get near that at the moment. Wickets to Crichton. And also one to Sammy Boda in there. Okay, 10th overtime. You go back to Sammy Boda, hit away and gone. Straight down the throat of Rick Hatchman, who takes it well. So Kenroy, yeah, he labours, doesn't he? Again, when he looks good, he looks really good, but not working all the time for Kenroy at this stage, although we still are early in the tournament. Credit to Boda in the first place, puts it outside the off stump. Kenroy probably had the right idea, but couldn't find the gap. He found Rick Hatchman. And that's the third wicket down. It's 104 for 3. That expected score down in the left-hand corner, XS. At one point, towards the beginning, was looking up kind of 130s. Then it kind of crept back in the 120s and now back to 114. So the computer thinks they'll still get 10 off the last 5. Stan Howarth comes to the crease at number 5. Boda. And straight where the batsman moves to. Just a single. Also be curious what Bavaria do with their lineup. I think they'll stick with Pyle at the top. Paddy Hatchman at the top. I mean, they got done for one run each, but I don't think you'd change it. just yet. I suppose they did win, actually, in the last game, didn't they? Oh, wow. Well, he's got something on that. Just didn't seem like the middle of the hand, and I hope he's all right there. Let's have a look on the replay. Wow. That knocked his watch off. Well, let's have a look at it nice and slow. Or is it the bangle that he's got? Well, whatever it was. It's not necessarily connected to his person anymore. Anyway, I hope it's repairable. Probably better that than the end of the finger. Swing for mouth. Doesn't get anything. It's been such good comeback from Bavaria. They played their way back into this game. I think neither team had their batting innings go the way they planned it in the first game. Two to come. Steps across, gets a piece. Probably just go the one here. Oh, he's gone. I think he completed one. So I think they will get the run there. He's definitely out. I think Williams just decides he wants to face the last ball. So the only question here for me is, did he finish the first run first? I'm sure he did, because he actually turns. It's a great bit of fielding. Riley. There you go. He finishes one, and then he's out. But actually, it won't really make a huge difference because they got last ball coming up. And I think that was smart from Williams to say, hey, I want to face the last ball. I'm the established bat. Howarth had a couple of goes, couldn't really do anything massive. So, take nothing away from the fielding, though, from Jamie Riley. 107 for 4 after 9.5. All right. Last ball coming up, 107 plus this. Hancock. Be like Usain Bolt. He's just out there to run. Here we go. Boda. Last ball of the 10th. Oh, could be gone as well. Either way, it's not a score. So it'll be 107. Pyle likes it. I like Pyle's hands. He's got a really good... Yeah, I think he's always high. Does he ever lift that foot? Oh, yeah. Don't think he's quite out. I don't think you can give that. But it was pretty good keeping. I've got not out, and I'm a keeper, so I'll probably say that way. But what a good last over from Boda. There's only 3 runs off it. 2 wickets fall. In fact, they don't hit a boundary in the last 16 balls of the innings. And Sloggers, well, they're on the right track. They headed down a different path, didn't they, towards the end of their innings. But let's go back and look at the replays. Well, Lee Rimmer could probably apply for a French passport after the first 2 balls were inside edge, 9 fought down to the boundary. One of them was given byes, which looked harsh. Henschel then started hitting balls towards the sea and out of the ground. Crichton, he was delivering once again. Got Rimmer straight through the gate for 13, but Henschel took over. Lee Rimmer back in the action, though, before too long, as a kind of extra fielder out there in the Sloggers dugout. And that was a dangerous one for any of those cars parked on the other side of the road. This was a pretty good one as well, which ended up in the courtyard of the Europa Cafe. And the question was, could he be stopped? And Riley would end up getting him after he dropped him on 25. Henschel went for 43 off 18. And Williams did play some nice shots. It was a bit slow to get going. Meanwhile, Kenroy still hasn't quite shown us everything he can do in this series. I want to say shout out to Sajjan Singh as well for Bavaria. I think he bowled a very good 9th over. Love the athleticism and the intent and the efforts there from Sawyer to stop that one. Kenroy was put out of his misery in the last. And then a little bit of a funny one. Second last ball, turning for a possible second, and ends up getting run out. But I suppose the important thing there was they did get the 1 run, but then they wouldn't get anything off the last. So, as it was, Sloggers kind of muted in the end. Remember, they were 63 off the first half. They only get 44 off the second, so they actually decelerate. That might be a bit to do with the fact that Williams went around the halfway point of the innings as well. 43, Henschel, I should say, went to the halfway point of the innings. Henschel, 43 top scores. Matt Williams, 27 not out. Remember, 13 early on, and Nestor with 10, but he hasn't quite hit his straps yet. Again, really good bowling as far as wides. That's 2 wides in the 20 overs they bowled tonight, Bavaria. So that's been a real key in not leaking the extra runs. 2 for 15, Boda bowled a brilliant last over. He gets the figures in the end. But I've got to say, Crichton bowled okay. 17 off his 2 with a wicket. Hatchman did a good job tonight, number 19. But Sajjad Singh down the bottom is the 6th bowler. He really did a good job in the 9th. Otherwise, it looked like this score might be up in the 120s. As it is, 107 means 108 is the victory target. Could we have another thriller to finish our Saturday night? Well, get your dance shoes on, get ready to party, because the conclusion of night 3 is coming your way. The other side of this break, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly for more ECSN Gibraltar.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here. Saturday Night Fever and 1 innings to go. These two have had a good old-fashioned arm wrestle tonight, haven't they? Just a single run between them. Went right down to the last ball in match 5, and now match 6 coming up. Sloggers 107 for 4 in their innings. It was a fascinating innings. Henschel top scoring with 43 off 18, continues his good start to the series. So 108 is the target, but we know if you want to take all the points, and you have to win well. And to do that, Bavaria would need to chase this target in 7 overs. If Sloggers were able to restrict Bavaria, 74 or less, then they would take all the points. Rimmer opens up, and the first ball bounces over the bat of Chris Pyle. He's been brilliant with the gloves so far. Let's see what he can do with the bat. Got missed out in the first game. Oh, a little edge. It will fly away, and there's your first boundary. Well, maybe that's a little bit of luck that Pyle needs. We saw him just creeping across like a crab in handcuffs in the first innings and getting bowled around his legs. This time, goes behind him, gets 4. Bit of a lucky one. Rimmer will know all about that, because that's exactly the region that he was hitting boundaries early in the first half of this game. Hello to everyone back on the chat as well. Solid little check drive here from Pyle this time. Rimmer's been very, very good with the first over. Originally, they went more traditional with Dylan Henschel opening the bowling in opening night, but they've gone to Rimmer, and it just means they've still got Dylan up their sleeve. They can use him a bit more selectively. Houghton is out there open. That's an interesting one as well, and he's going to start with a boundary. Well, this might suit Sam a little bit. He's not really a smasher. It's more of a timer, and with only 2 outfielders, this is the kind of shot, if he finds the gap, he can get a boundary, and he does. Ended up essentially winning the game for Bavaria. Called him the Iceman because he stays cool under pressure. Would have been right at home last night with the Arctic conditions that we had. Similar kind of ball. Houghton punches it out, but this time it's at the sweeper. Just a single. Williams does the fielding. So yeah, throw your questions in. It's the last innings of the night, so random question time. I know that we've got Cosmic Natter watching from Texas. Trip watching, I think, from Virginia, USA. So a lot of the USA viewers, it's a good time zone for them at the moment. Tossed up. Clever ball from Rimmer. Had a bit of an arc to it that time. Pyle will just take 1 and takes us to the end of the over. So they're on track so far. Bavaria, 11 without loss after 1. Golden ball count, 24. Well, we went pretty close, didn't we? Went right down to the last ball in the first match of the night. Houghton was able to watch a wide go past, and that was the winning run. But at Gibraltar, we've had a couple of them. Didn't have any last year, but we had in 2022 a weird streak where we had 2 ties in 3 matches. So as expected, we won't see Dylan Henschel just yet, but we'll get Stan Howarth, who's going to come on in over number 2. Yeah, so Pablo had a very good question about wondering if this surface is more convenient for pace bowling or spin bowling. Second over starts. Pyle, well, just timed this beautifully into the gap. That's 4. Not a great start for Howarth. Getting good movement, but just swings straight into the pads and just had to get the timing and the placement. He did both those things well. There's 4, so making a bright start. Bavaria, let's not forget, they were 3 for 3 in the chase earlier tonight, but they crawled out of the hole. Elliot Doyle is watching as well. He likes the idea of Matt Hancock getting a bowl. Well, your dreams didn't come true in the first innings. Maybe Matt can do something with the bat. Thanks for joining us, Elliot. Let us know where you're watching from. Hello to Tim Reedman as well. Good to see you with us as well. Come back to Pablo in a minute. Similar line. Hits him right on the top of the size 43. Pyle. Well, he might have a black toe for company in the morning after that. This one looked like it's been another full toss. Just dropped a bit on him. Houth gets away with a dot. Yeah, the reason I say I think it favours spinners a bit more, it's a fairly new surface. It's only been in a couple of years and it's still quite grippy. There's not a lot of pace in it, not a lot of bounce. So I think spinners probably have an easier time. Another innie from Howe. I thought he hits could be gone. He would have been gone. And Henschel was prowling at mid-on. They took him on. I don't know if he's the man that I'd be taking on. But the throw bounced over the stumps. What you would say, he went straight away, so he forced a direct hit to be necessary. But he would have been gone by a step. Lucky moment for Pyle. 50-50 game. We'd like to see. Houghton, up-ish. Not cleanly handled. Big Kenroy, originally from St. Lucia in the Caribbean. Loves hitting bombs. And we haven't quite seen the best of him as yet, as we talked about a few times. Also a bowling option, but seemed to be a bit rusty the other night. This one swings in, but gets banged. That's a shot by Pyle. And I think that's what he brings to the table. We haven't really seen it tonight as yet. This is a swinger, but he swings early and quite predictably for Pyle, who's good enough to judge where it's going to end up. And he gets 4. That one smashes into the wall. Some free advice from the keeper, AJ Crom. Last ball of the over. Still been a good one for Houth, only 10 off it. Oh, this one jumps. And that'll be the end of the over. So 21 without loss after 2. And this game still hangs in the balance. Looking at the table. And kind of a big game for Sloggers because after this they played half their 8 games. I know we're only in night 3. So they wouldn't want to lose and go to a 1-3 record because that makes it pretty tough. Remember, the top 2 get a double chance on finals date, which is Sunday, the 28th of January. So it's only just over a week away. Of course, the top 4 make the finals, but 3 and 4 play an eliminator. 1 and 2 at least have that insurance. They could drop the first game and still go on to win the trophy. If you're 5th, well, come down anyway. But you might want to hit the bar because you won't be taking part on the field. Matt Williams comes on to bowl over number 3. Houghton likes to cut. Well, some indecision about whether they're going to run or not, but it won't really matter because it's going to go for 4. This is a shot he likes. I think he's a guy, you don't want to let him cut. Even this isn't very short, but he's a guy I think you want to draw him forward and maybe into a mistake. It's turned out to be a bit of a genius stroke from Paddy Hatchman to put Houghton at the top of the order, get him while he's hot, even if he is the Iceman. Now he's bowled, so it's going to be 4 and out as Williams gets the breakthrough. And it won't be any last over heroics this time for Sam Houghton. Again, it was the length. Called it the ball before. You had to pitch it up a bit more to him. He just loses his shape. Ball crashed into off stump. And Sloggers have something to shout about, 25 for 1. We'll check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. Houghton coming off that 4. Just, where'd he go wrong here? Played away from his body. You can see when that front foot kind of ends up going a little bit leg side. So that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say in the classics. Sam still had a pretty good night. 10 off 5, you know, I would argue that's a lot better than if he was to score, say, 10 or 14 or something like that. He's left plenty of deliveries for the other batters. Now, here's an interesting one as well. Jamie Riley, who is a bit of a teenage sensation. I think he's approaching his 17th birthday. I'll have to go and check that one out. So, still young, but like I said, he's put on a bit of size since last time I saw him. He turns 17 in a couple of months. But he looks very put together with the bat. He's really come along. Maybe didn't have the power last year or 2, but he's getting it now. First ball almost grazes the inside edge. Umpire says no. Williams almost has 2 and 2. And remember, Williams took 4 in his first game the other night. We won't really be able to tell here. I had my suspicions. I've got to be honest with you. I don't think we can tell too much about that. Probably what says the most is Crom wasn't really that enthusiastic, and then He was kind of late to the party with the appeal, so probably a good decision there. Riley hits straight. Kenroy blocks it. Every run could be important here. It's been a good over from Williams. Bit of a risk to bowl him in the power play. They decided not to go back to Lee Rimmer, who's been bowling 1 and 3 pretty consistently. Now he gets a second, and his Piler has to go. Wow, Slogger's up and about now as they have 2 in the power play. Both openers gone. Pyle got one that didn't bounce as much as he thought, and it's a double Williams strike. He does it again. And Bavaria 26 for 2. We've seen quite a few batters getting out this way with balls not bouncing as much. That actually shows it. Shows you where his bat was and where the ball was. Ball comfortably underneath the bat. And Matt Williams, well, he just has that golden arm, doesn't he? 26 for 2. Paddy Hatchman comes out at number 4. He opened last time. So think about who we haven't seen with the bat yet. Paddy Hatchman, Bakari, Howarth. I think all these players, obviously won't see those guys this innings, but I think that we'll see them making meaningful contributions for Sloggers as we go. But yeah, Richard Hatchman for Bavaria, still available for this innings, of course. Last ball of the power play. Oh, he's done it again! 3 in the over, and lightning strikes twice on the peninsula. As Williams takes 3 in his first over, 3 for 5. And this game will change so quick, you could break your neck. How about that from Williams? And Hatchman's going to go for a golden. Just went across the line a little bit, left the gate open, and Williams drove right in. Well, that face mask is getting beat up because Crom will throw it around every time that ball crashes into the stumps. And unfortunately, we're going to have to activate Golden Derek. And Paddy spent a bit of time wondering why he ever picked up a cricket bat in the first place after that, most likely. And that actually puts Matt Williams on a hat-trick, though he won't be able to take it straight away because it's the end of the over, 26 for 3. And it was quite interesting they even brought Williams on in the power play because Rimmer has had 1 and 3 locked up. And, okay, sure, he went for 11 in his first over, Lee Rimmer, but I would have thought you'd stick with what's working. But hunch-based captaincy from AJ Crom pays off. As Williams snags 3. Rimmer gets to come back now in the 4th. Ooh, this one zeroing in on the stumps as well. Well, we had the Riley bowling to Rimmer battle. Now we get the Rimmer bowling to Riley battle. All these players, pretty good friends off the field, but right now, modern warfare out there. Sammy Boda, the new batter, who will face up now for the first time. This is eerily similar to the first game. 3 wickets going down early-ish. Better than 3 for 3, I guess. But still, 3 key batters back in the shed in the power play. The consolation point target 75 as well, although I think Bavaria still have their eyes set on the main prize. Round the wicket to the lefty. Picked up. Did he get enough? Oh, well, Kenroy drops it upwards. And now, almost a run out, direct hit, but they'll get back for a couple. Well, Kenroy finding new and creative ways to do the fielding. There he drops it and then finds himself kind of paralysed in time. Gravity was his enemy as he couldn't recover in time. Oh, big Kenners. I won't be impressed with that. Probably neither of his teammates, but no one's game to say it to his face, and he can understand that, the size of the man. Hopefully he's all right there. Well, has that got him? Oh, I didn't realise it might have burst through the hands. Hit him on the snout. Well, hopefully he's all right. Kenroy Nesta. This one sneaks in. Oh, drops his bat. Wow. Yeah, well, Kenroy, well, he's tough as old nails. I didn't pick until he started holding the top of the nose. Riley, this time, is gone. What a catch. Brilliant catch. And guess who? Well, Kenroy Nesta. Well, he might not be breathing through the nostrils too easy, but he'll be breathing a bit easier after that because he jumps forward and takes a stunning catch. And that is player of the day type stuff. And if you look up redemption in the dictionary right now, you'll be seeing a picture of Big K'ness. And probably throws it over the fence, but who cares? Brilliant catch. And look at that. I mean, just be careful with the facial area in the celebrations. Riley gets a fair piece of this, but look at that. Just about as close as you can get. Sneaks the fingers under it. Looks clean to me. And, well, Kenroy claims it. And you can see why. Incredible fielding, and Riley just a touch unlucky to say the least. But he'll go for just 4 runs in this one, and it's 30 for 4. Oh, how about that for some action? I love this action in Gibraltar. Said it before, I'll say it again. Gideon Crichton comes out at 6 this time, batted 4 earlier on today. Good to see Rich Askew in the chat as well. Saying good to see cricket still going well on the rock. Sunil, an ever-present still, he sees. Yeah, because Sunil, third umpire this game, but he's still around. Don't you worry about that. All right. Well, Crichton comes out. Last ball for Rimmer. Takes it off the stumps. And he's going to get 4. Just sneaks it past Dancis there in the circle. Bavaria need to keep looking to score. This was probably shaving leg stump, but Crichton good enough to hit it. And that's the end of the over. The score is 34 for 4. Coming up tomorrow in Cyprus, early morning action. Set your alarm clocks, people. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 7:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. It's a battle of the Jungle Cats, the Tigers and the Lions going head-to-head in the first half of the day before British Forces Cyprus and Marcor take each other on. That could be the matchup that decides who qualifies for the finals and who doesn't. So plenty of action there. Rico full back on deck tomorrow with Charlie Hunt. Get ready for day 5, the final day of Group A action before Group B starts on Monday morning. All right, well, we won't have Williams just yet. It's going to be Henschel. Oh, he bowls a no-y first up. And it's going to get to the boundary. So Shafir Muhammad, I like the effort here, but this goes wrong. It's called on the field. And yeah, remember, waist high or above an ECN. And yeah, I think it's a good call. And it means there's a free hit coming up. So 5 free runs, despite the effort of Shafir Muhammad. Henschel. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Boda goes big. Maximo. And legs 11 off the first ball of Henschel. This game has been quite remarkable. Not just this game, but the earlier game tonight. Who's going to come out on top here? Henschel couldn't take a wicket with the last one. Can with this one. It's hit pretty well down the ground. It kind of goes back to what I said as well, as far as the pitch. Not giving a lot of assistance to the faster bowlers. Because there's not a lot of bounce, there's not a lot of pace in it. So Henschel, he's zippy. You know, there's some pitches around Europe where I think, you know, get that assistance and it'll be a lot tougher to play. But if anything, the batter's sometimes enjoying the pace. Having said that, he's got some variations which still make him very, very dangerous, despite not getting a lot of help from the pitch. Crichton, left-hander. Slows things down a bit because the left-hand, right-hand combination field has to change. Round the wicket, Henschel. Goes with the angle, Crichton. And thinking of two, but never really on. Hello to Kitty Huntley, who's watching from the USA. Great to have you with us. Chris Ward in there as well. Jamie Dodger now hopefully knows how to tag people in the chat. Just use the @ symbol and start typing a name. Who's got a random question for me? Give me at least one good random question in this innings. All right, not quite there to drive, but Boda tries anyway, and he'll get away with it. Gets a single. Now I'm looking for a random question. If it's not about cricket, it's even better. Who's going to spark my interest? Haven't needed too many distractions, really, with the fun tonight. I think this is a good decision. I think it hits him just outside the line. Certainly going to hit stumps for me, but yeah, I think that's, for me, it's just outside the line. You can see the off stump there. I think that's an excellent decision. And the umpiring's been top-notch tonight. And yeah, pleading, wasn't he, Henschel? But I think when he looks back at that, he realised it was a good decision. Meanwhile, Boda hits this one into the gap, and he's going to get 4. And it brings up the 50 for Bavaria, who are right back on the pace again now, 53 for 4 at the end of the over. So, as soon as it comes, it goes here in Gibraltar. And just 5 overs to go now. Great shot by Sammy Boda. What's in store with 30 balls remaining? Here's Matt Williams, and you know what that means? He's on a hat-trick. And there's only been one hat-trick. It was Lorne Burns who was able to do it on opening night. In fact, he did it as part of a 6-for-none run. And yeah, one of only 12 sixes we've ever seen in ECN T10 cricket. All right, could this be hat-trick number 2 of the season? That's Crichton's tactics. Still need to go about that 11 and over. It's been around about the rate throughout this innings. Williams, can he outdo the 4 he got on opening night? Hat-trick ball. Hit hard, no hat-trick, but just the 1 run. Henschel does the job. So if they go the same tactics as earlier, still got Henschel to bowl 1. Houth has still got 1. You've still got 2 from Bakari if they use him as the 5th. Through the legs. I don't think there's any bat in it, but might have just flicked the inside of the leg. It will be a dot ball. And Tim Reedman saying how the game swings so fast. There's a 4th, and hungry for more. Williams has 4. Boda swings all round it, cross bats the ball on the stumps. Those stumps have had a battering tonight at the Rock. And Williams equals his efforts of the opening match of the series. And not really in line with that one. Swings away, Zingo the bails. Off goes the face mask of AJ Crom. And Bavaria in even more trouble now, 54 for 5. But big Rick Hatchman, one of the best number 7 going round. He's coming out and he could still have a say in this match. So, I wonder how long Rick's taking here. You get 60 seconds, otherwise you get pinged runs, and we've seen it happen before. Well, he won't be on the hat-trick Hall of Fame, but he could be on the 5-wicket Hall of Fame. Well, Burns on that too for the same spell. Sohail Ahmed did it on opening day of the season in Cyprus for the Calendars. He's got 3 chances to do it as well. Hatchman, what's his tactics? Oh, make it 5! Well, put your hands in the air. It's high five for Matt Williams. And he's on the Hall of Fame. Who knows? I mean, the way things are going, he could even get 7. You'd have to bowl very well. But Hatchman just couldn't resist. Oh, a bit like someone with a sweet tooth at the dessert bar. He wanted a piece of it, and it's a golden duck for Rick. And it's a long way back from here for Bavaria. Golden Derek shines brightly. It's not good news for the Bavarian fans. Sloggers loving it though. Bavaria now 54 for 6. So, Williams. I mean, it'd be outrageous if we saw another 6 for. Not even going to talk about what a 7 for would be like. All right, we're back to hat tricks. He's on a hat trick for the second time. Not going to say choke the first time. Here's the thing, you come out here, I don't think you can afford to play 2 balls out. That's the thing. All right, hat trick ball, number 2. Just missing. And I mean just going to miss the leg stump. That was close. Tell you what, if it was on the stumps, he could have been looking at 6. Still on a 5 for. 6 will be the best case scenario now. What a great effort from Williams. In fact, that's the end of his spell. He takes 5 for 7. Fantastic bowling. And the score 55-6 after 6. Yeah, Williams accurate. And, you know, it kind of fed into what I was saying earlier about this pitch, I think, favouring the spinners, because there is that spin there, because it is quite a newish surface. The older these artificial pitches get, the more they kind of, the grass gets trampled down, or the artificial grass gets trampled down. They don't turn as much. But when they're new, they're slower and a bit grippier. Great job by Matt Williams. Now Egan Dantas gets a bowl. Haven't seen him with the ball tonight. The crowd fired up. That's just missing as well. Tom picks it up, throws blindly. I think it'll be a leg by. Yeah, gets the crowd going. Someone's going to have a real heater from here. I'm not saying it's impossible. The other thing is that 75 is the target for Bavaria to at least take a point out of it. I still think they have some visions. They might be able to pull this off, but it's getting increasingly unlikely. Well, Egan delivers the kind of ball that you'd expect after being spun around a few times, but sure, it might just be a one-off. All right, up in the air. Crichton has a nervous moment. Bakari just completely fluffs it. I think it's got to be 4. I'll throw it in anyway, but I think that we'll see Henshaw here, and he's riding the rope like a rodeo. I mean, he might have lost in the lights there, but not just here. He then kind of falls on the ball, touching the rope, and he's still touching the ball. You see, he hits his knee, so it's got to be 4. I think it's given now. Correct call. Crichton gets super lucky. Oh, well, wasn't a one-off from Dantas. there, another twist left in this contest. Crichton will get one. He's been joined out there by Purab Chola. Was listed at 4, so they obviously fancy him as the bat. Need to get a couple of boundaries and over, though, I think, to be competitive here. Well, there's a 4 stump. I think that's hitting it, but more importantly, it's the dot ball. Iggy saying that Dantas is his hero. Talked about the fact that he's quite famous for stepping on a duck while fielding at Sporting Alphas. The duck was okay. Push and run. Dantas can probably eat it. Doesn't. Throws it. Potentially throws the run away. They don't go in the end. Tension's heightened here. I mean, they should get to that 75, shouldn't they? They've got 3 overs to get 11. But you never know. There's 4 wickets down. We've seen some pretty epic collapses during this series already. Dantas, mixture of kind of slow medium and a few off spinners thrown in. Last ball of his over. I think that just gets in. So it's consistent with what we've seen tonight. 64 for 6 after 7. Makes it pretty tough. 44 required off the last 3 for the victory. Coming up tomorrow, well, shiver me timbers, the Pirates are back taking on Turek in night 4 of action. So enjoy your Sunday night with us here on ECN. We start the evening series at 5:45 p.m. GMT, 6:45 in Central Europe, and that's 10:15. Sorry, 11:15, I should say, in India. Well, there's Matt Williams. He's now the proud owner of an ECN fifer. He goes one better than the other night. He's 5-wicket haul number 3 of the season. That's pretty interesting. That was the least busy honours board last year compared to centuries and hat tricks. At the moment, it's killing it. Oh, here's Bakari. He's back for more. Got the game in hand at the moment, Sloggers. Ooh. Brilliant keeping from AJ Crom. Don't know if the foot ever drags here. Oh, yeah. Couldn't quite go back to the stumps. Even if he did, he was probably just back in. Chola gets some of it. Does he get in the gap? Well, he does. Nice shot from Chola. Now fighting on. Well, he's not that crazy. They need about, I think it's 15 and over from here. So, we've seen it done. Wouldn't often see it done here. All right, in the air off the end of the bat. Skied. There's nobody home. They'll get one. That's all they'll get. There's Kenroy. It wasn't interesting earlier. It was the worst of times. It was the best of times. Crichton needs to pull one out. He can't. But Crichton wishes it was last night. Not that many of the players enjoyed playing in the conditions last night, but the left-handers had an unnatural advantage with that very stiff cross breeze. At times it was up to about 45 or 50 miles an hour, about 70 or 80 kilometres an hour, right to left. This one floats across in. Bakari gets the ball skewed up, but they will be able to get through for 2. Bakari wrings his hands. He's been good tonight, Bakari, and I'll be disappointed with how the first game ended, but really they're only still in the game because of how well he batted in the last half of the last over of the first innings of the first match tonight. It's not a great LBW appeal, but it is a good result. Bakari concedes only 7 at a crucial time in the game. This is a good example of a ball that would have been a wide. Crichton spoils it. And it's 71 for 6 after 8. Remember that secondary target 75. So they haven't quite made that yet. They should, but you never know. Especially if they lose a couple of quick wickets chasing the victory. Dave B just letting us know that his son is taking him out for a surprise tomorrow. So won't be in the chat tomorrow. But Dave, enjoy your Sunday off. Even the big guy took the 7th day off. Of course, I am talking about Daniel Weston, the ECN founder. Anyway, here we go with Stan Howarth over number 9. That's a pretty good shot by Chola as well, and he's going to get 6. Well, hold the presses here. Let's have a look. It was signaled 6, yeah? 6. Fairly easily in the end. Maximo time. Howarth just needs to recover. Good comeback. Good comeback, gets it right. I mean, just look at Charlotte for about 5 minutes, but if that's his shot with the angle house bowling, maybe he needs to look to step across and go for that shot. They're the kind of risks you have to take at this point of the innings. Angle shot. I'll just get one. Well, Kroom, who just changed his goalpost about when he donates a membership. To be honest, Kroom, I don't blame you, considering how 2023 went. Iggy's saying some good things about Dantas, and I would agree. Egan does some brilliant things in this region. Puts a lot into the game. That's it. Well said, Iggy. All right, hit, run, and would have been out. Kenroy's been the ultimate hot and cold player in this series. Done some quite spectacular things. In-betweens haven't really gone to plan. Will be a wide, a painful one for Crom. Got on the end of the finger. Got to say, both the keepers have been great tonight. They've really put the squeeze on. They've taken the gamble to go up to the stumps. They haven't been perfect, but I think certainly had more of an impact than if they'd been more conservative and stood back. I've really enjoyed watching them. In the air, just gets over Canis, who was up in the circle. Wow, that was a collision on the way. Yeah, Kenroy puts in 100% effort, but he can't pull it back. There's 4. Does that keep this game having a bit of a pulse? Hello to Charles Harrison in the chat. Nice to see you. Had a bit of a swipe at it, didn't he, Kenneth? Last ball of the 9th. Wow, well that sounded pretty good, because it was pretty good. Maximo! Wow, hold the phone. That makes it 18 off the last, and it's a similar kind of score off the last time. They needed 16 off the last time. They got it. They need 18 to win, 17 for a golden ball. Oh, these two have really brought us some entertainment here on night 3 in Gibraltar. Kind of wish they got to play each other a few more times. Maybe we'll see them play each other on finals day on Sunday the 28th. Yeah, so 17 for a golden ball. Let me see who's got one left here. Well, they can choose. Oh, they got Henschel, Dantas or Bakari. Well, I know who I'd be voting for. I'd be voting for Henschel, even though he did go for 18. But I just feel like he's the man. Bakari, on paper, would be a good option, but he couldn't defend the runs in the last game. So, I find it hard to believe that Dylan doesn't get 2. So one thing I would say about Crichton here, anything missing leg stump, he needs to make sure that he has the chance for it to be called wide. So don't block it with your body. So I think Henschel will try and cramp him here. 18 required off the last over of the night. Pretty hard. Chola's been great. But Swing and a miss. It's going to be really tough from here. Well, now they're going to need a bit of a miracle. Slow ball, really clever stuff. Well, now you need 6-4-6 or equivalent. And this is why I think they don't bowl Dylan first up. They like having him in their back pocket. All right, boundary or bust now for Chawla. Can he do it again? He cannot, and it's good night, Charlene. The Sloggers surely will take the win and split the series. It was well bowled by Henschel. It was pace on, and it was stumps everywhere. Probably pretty fitting because those stumps have been whacked tonight. And Dylan having the final say. Great effort from Chawla though, and that potentially gets him a bit of a promotion up the order in series to come. But now, I think it's all academic. You can't see someone like a Henschel going for a bunch of extras. Jesse Segi will be the new batter. But highly entertaining, even though it looks like this one's now beyond the reach of Bavaria. But probably fitting that these two teams split the wins tonight. Thanks again for your company. Next cricket you'll see on ECN will be on Cyprus in the morning, day 5, last day of Group A. Two to come. Oh, yeah. I had a fielder there. It's actually pretty good captaincy. Dantas will do the fielding. Sloggers now know they'll get the win here, and they deserve it, to be fair. Two very, very tight games here on night 3. Last ball of the night. Thanks once again for your company. Wow. It's going to get through everyone, including Crom, momentarily. They're going to go for 2 here. Nice miss. Didn't matter in the end, but it'll be 2 byes to finish things off. Yeah, AJ. We won't want to see this replay. Well, it doesn't cost them too much in the end, but it's all over Red Rover, and the final score here in match 6 is Sloggers 107, Bavaria 94. Just 13 runs the margin. Well done to both teams. I say I really, really enjoyed the contest tonight. Both teams had their ups, had their downs. We saw big momentum swings as well, and both teams can be really proud of their efforts. Like I said, I think it was pretty fitting in the end that we saw both teams take a win out of the night. So coming up tomorrow, Pirates versus Turek. Those two teams going head to head at the same time here at the Rock. 17:45 GMT, which is 18:45 in Central Europe, and 23:15, so just before midnight in India. Join us for night 4 of the European Cricket Series at night here in Gibraltar. But like I said, the next cricket will be tomorrow morning. Rico Full back on deck. I'm sure he's refreshed. And Charlie there as well, 6:45 AM GMT, 7:45 in the morning in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Well done to both teams, and they're getting a good reception from the healthy crowd here in Gibraltar. But one apiece in the end. Essentially, both teams take 4 points out of the possible 8 in the night. Seems like a fair result. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Houghton played some good shots early, but he fell for 10 as he lost his off stump. But then it was the Williams show. Well, Serena, Venus, Matt, the famous Williams are going to be all hanging out the Williams party soon. I don't know. Wasn't the greatest start for Henshaw, but he did recover pretty well. But really, they had to be attacking, and look, they were, let's be honest. But no one was really able to come up with a big innings. There's a few starts. So we saw 5 batters reach double figures, but only Cholo was able to reach 20. So it shows that they made starts, but weren't able to go on with it. But this was crazy stuff, really. Williams ends up with 5 out doing his work the other night. Dantas looked a little bit rusty with the ball, I think in a match situation, but the fielding was a bit rusty as well, you'd have to say. Good effort from Henshaw, but that was considered a boundary, correctly so in the end. And then Kenroy, well, it was the best of times, but it was the worst of times for him as well, wasn't it? And Chawla gave him a fighting chance, but with Henshaw in the back pocket, Sloggers unleashed him in the 10th. He was the choice I would have made, and AJ Crom agrees. And 13 runs, the margin in the end. Highly entertaining night, no doubt about that. As we look at the score, you kind of see what I'm talking about there. 5 batters reach double figures, but only Chawla makes it past 20. And so no one really able to take the game and run forward with it. They lost some key players cheaply as well. You like the Hatchmans, who, well, they are brothers. And they are also kind of twins here, because they both got out first ball, bowled by Matt Williams. Pretty good on the extras tonight, all the teams, and I think that's partly to do with the conditions as well. Probably one thing that's quite different here versus Cyprus. Cyprus, they're still really struggling with their control. Maybe they're trying to bowl a bit too fast, but here they're quite cool, just slowing it down, getting it in the right spot. And Williams certainly did, didn't he? 5 for 7 of 2 overs. So not just the 5 wickets, but the fact he only went for 7 as well. Wickets also to Lee Rimmer and Dylan Henshaw. At the end, Bakari went for only 7, bowled a good over. Dantas, even though he's a little bit loose at times, he did get hurt on the scoreboard. He finished with none for 8 off his over. And once again, I want to give a big thank you to everybody out there. And I want to say a special thank you to those of you in the chat. And hopefully you can join me tomorrow for night 4 here, where we'll see Pirates taking on Tarek, like we said earlier. Tomorrow morning in Cyprus, Rico and Charlie will take you through 4 games there. So it's a Super Sunday with 6 games of action. Tigers, Lions, well, that's a fight I want to see. And BF Cyprus versus Marcor in the afternoon. Remember, those teams are fighting for 4 spots in the finals. Elimination Day next weekend in Cyprus. If you are watching on YouTube, we'd love it if you'd like the video and subscribe to the channel. It does help us bring the cricket in front of more eyeballs, and European cricket, we're growing all the time. I know also, we hopefully will reach the 400,000 subscribers at some point. We're about 380 at the moment. So tell your family, tell your friends, everyone go out and get a new subscriber tomorrow, because I'm sure that they'll get hooked on European cricket too. Also want to remind you about our website, europeancricket.com, all the previews up there and all the statistical information, all the fixtures heading forward. Finally, don't forget, European Cricket on social media. You'll see some unbelievable action there. And hopefully you enjoy it as much as we enjoy making it. For now, this is Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo from The Rock. Thanks so much for your company on a Saturday night. I'll see you lurking in Cyprus tomorrow, but I'll see you back here in Gibraltar at Europa Point for more action tomorrow. For now, it's hasta mañana. Enjoy the best bits of night 3, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series at night. For now, it's hasta mañana.